Super hits and
I request everyone to please occupy the front rows, please. Except these chairs. Okay. Kindly occupy the front rows. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Okay. I am Gautam BM. I work as a head HR operations for a company called Radico Kethan. Maybe most of you are not aware of the organization for which I work. It's in Bandi Mantap. And we manufacture a product. Basically, it's a water with emotions. So later some of us gonna consume that. So this is a small introduction about myself. On behalf of Mysore HR Forum, Edinburgh Foundation, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to the Day 8 HR activity of Excel Soft HR Dasara 2023 powered by Kangaroo Care Hospitals. Before we start this beautiful event, the Day 8 event, which is HR and TPO Conclave 2023, I would like to take you all through the journey so far, the journey of HR Dasara 2023 so far. I just want to know how many of you are aware of the concept HR Dasara 2023. Please raise your hand, please take the trouble of. Okay, I'm very happy that only few of you are aware, because I want to share. That's the purpose why I'm standing here. See, HR Dasara started way back in 2021, because many innovations happened during Corona. Even in 2021 we had the second wave of Corona. So many inventions, many innovations happened, and HR Dasara is one of that. See, we as a Mysorean, we enjoy Dasara a lot. You know, many activities takes place during Dasara. Our regular Dasara, Chinnara Dasara, Yoga Dasara, and this Yuva Sambrama. Many activities. But me as a HR person and some of us who are here, we feel that there is no any activity from the perspective of industry. Correct? No any activity from the perspective of how Mysore is developing. Because if you look at the history of HR Dasara, Dasara is also called as Vijayadashmi. It's the celebration of victory. Victory of what? Victory of wars. Correct? But now, at the present situation, there are no wars. But there is a war. There is an economic war. There is a war for development. So victory for any country lies in its economic development. So we thought, let us come up something from the perspective of industry, economic development, growth, and celebrate Dasra. And we came up with a concept called HR Dasra. So this is a small introduction about HR Dasra. In the year 2021, we started the season 1 of HR Dasra. It was a one-day program. It was a very successful program. Second year, 2022, we wanted to come up with something big and unique. So we adopted the concept of Navaratri. During Dasara time, we see 9 activities in Mysore. So we thought, let us come up with something unique, something different, something challenging, because we challenge ourselves and we love challenges. So we came with the concept called HR Navami, 9 days of unique HR activities. And today here we are celebrating the day 8th program of HR Dasara with the theme HR Navami. So just a small tour of whatever we have done in this season 3. So to begin with, we have a practice, we have a legacy in Mysore HR Forum, in Edenbridge Foundation. Whatever we do, we start with charity activity. So HR Dasara always starts with a charity activity, and the day 1 of HR Dasara 2023 started on October 1st. Wish box. We identified 2 underprivileged NGOs. Took them to Mysore Palace. Is it ready? Okay, yeah. And then we took them to one of the beautiful hotels to give them an experience of buffet lunch, 5-star buffet lunch. So can we have the photographs of day 1? Video, okay, yeah. So we have a small video, please.
ಆದಿವಾಸಿ ಅಲೆಮಾರಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೋಟೆ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ಯೂರ್ಲಿ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅವರು ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮೇನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ಗೆ ತರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ದೇಶ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಅವರು ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದಿವಾಸಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ ಬರೀ ಅವರ ಪ್ರಪಂಚ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅವರು ಕಲಿಯೋದಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಯಾವುದು ಅವರ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಾಗಲಿ ಇವ್ರಿಗಾಗಲಿ ಅರಿವಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲಿಕೆ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇನಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆ ಲೈಫ್ ಸಹ ನಾವು ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಲೈಫಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಓದಿ ಆ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಬೆಳೆದು ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು HR ಈವೆಂಟ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜಾಬ್ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಮುಂದೆ ನಾವು ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಕೆಲವು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಥಾಟ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ.
ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬೇರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಜೊತೆ ಬೆರೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಕರ್ಕೊಬರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಜೊತೆ ಬೆರ್ತು ನಾವು ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಓ ಇವರು ನಮ್ಮವರು ಅನ್ನೋ ಭಾವನೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ.
We are very happy to associate with Edin Synergy, and we have been associating with the Edin Synergy for last couple of years for such a noble activities in fact, and we are very happy to see the happiness in the faces of the children who all enjoyed our hospitality.
Yes, Madhya, your family are good. This extended family, right?
ಕೋನೀಸ್ ಕೆಫೆ ಬಂದು ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಕೆಫೆ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜಂಕ್ ಫುಡ್ಸ್ ತರದ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲಾನು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
Okay. So video ಹೇಗಿತ್ತು? Okay, thank you. There are 3 wings in Edin Bridge Foundation. One is Edin Bridge, which is purely into activities, in academic activities related to academics. The second wing is Edin Synergy, which is into corporate learning and development. And the third wing, the most ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗುವಂಥ ವಿಂಗ್ ಎಡಿನ್ CSR, So any activity now Madidivo, it's under that particular wing called EDIN CSR. And there are two major people who are voluntarily, driving this particular EDIN CSR under in EDIN Wish Box Idio. So this is called as Wish Box. So then Kushal Rao, he works as a marketing head for Apollo Hospitals. And another person, Jai Chawla, he is a MD of Exide Battery Distribution. So please give a big round of applause to them. Because this particular initiative 2 years hinde shuru agiddu. So successfully we completed the second anniversary this December 1st Sunday. So I just wanted to share on that. Okay, anyway, moving on, HR Dasara. This was day 1, which happened on October 1st, 2023, Sunday. And the second event was, the day 2 event was a virtual debate on the topic called AI versus HR. So can we have the glimpses of the virtual debate on AI versus HR? So 100 plus participants, almost 150 plus participants took part in this particular event. This is the day 2 event. Okay. Next, the day 3 activity, it happened on October 11th, Wednesday. That particular event is called as NCC and HR Meet. We wanted to come up with something exclusive program for our NCC cadets. So we came up with a NCC students corporate development program, which was exclusively organized for NCC cadets. So can we have the visuals of the day 3 activity? This was done in association with Rotary Mysore. Please give a big round of applause to Rotary Mysore for their support. Almost 100 plus cadets took part in this particular program. Okay. Now the day 4. ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಮೈಸೂರು ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೆ. So the whole concept of HR Dasara 2023 is, it's an insight into Mysore industrial prosperity. So ನಾವು ಮೈಸೂರು ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಮೈಸೂರು ಹೇಗೆ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. So in our HR Dasara, there is one special activity called HRs and Academicians Industrial Visit. Because we should go out and see how Mysore is developing. Mysore is not just about Armane or zoo or whatever malls which are coming up in Mysore. Mysore is growing. So this is an attempt to see how Mysore is growing. So this is our day 4 activity. So we visited a couple of organizations to see how Mysore is growing. Okay. Next. So we are done with day. I'm just checking whether you are attentive. Okay. So day 4 agide yavattu? October? 11th. Okay. 13 alla? 18th. Okay. Next we came up with the day 5 activity, which is a workshop on the topic called Finance for HRs. And this activity, this particular program was conducted at Excelsoft Technology. So the whole program was sponsored by Excelsoft Technology. So please give a big round of applause to Excelsoft Technologies. So can we have the visuals of In the process of checking whether you people are alert, I missed one of the day. Yeah. So day 5 actually this is day 6th. Day 5 activity bando, it was a conclave on the best HR practices. It happened, in the premises of Vidyavardhaka College. So the whole program was sponsored by Vidyavardhaka College. So please give a big round of applause to Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering. So almost 6 organizations, they presented their best HR practices. Okay. So we are done with day 6, now the day 7. Day 7, it was a special interactive online session on the topic called HR Ayush. HR Ayush. So you must be wondering, what is this HR Ayush? It's nothing but the well-being of HR, the well-being of organization. So we have Mr. D. Srihari here, who facilitated the whole interactive session. Please give a big round of applause to D. Srihari. So please rise, sir. ನಾವು ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಸ್ಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ನೇಷನ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ನೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಒನ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಹೂ ಆರ್ ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ನೇಷನ್ಸ್, ಅಂಡ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ದ HRs. HR job is a thankless job. And HR job is something, adu kaanalla. It's not visible, it's not tangible. But every day HR is adding value to the organization. Not just, I'm a HR and I'm talking this. Because I know most of the HRs who are here will agree with me. So hagagi, we came up with a concept called HR Ayush. So the whole concept enu antandre, we are going to give a card called HR Ayush card, a premium privilege card to all the HRs. And it will be given by Manipal hospitals. And it's a special privilege card whenever HR or our dependents hospital admit adre, there are certain special privileges which is being given. So inspired by that particular thought, ನಮ್ಮ HR ಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಂಗ್ರೂ ಕೇರ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ಸೊ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಗ್ರೂ ಕೇರ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 3 years ಆಗಿದೆ, and they are doing very well. So they are giving a special privilege card to all the HRs. So ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರೂ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಫರ್ದರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ, so kindly register, especially HRs. Okay. So that was the day 7 activity, HR Ayush conference on, yes, corporate wellness ಬಗ್ಗೆ. So can we have the glimpses of the day 7 activity? So almost 100 plus participants. Okay. So this is about the HR Ayush. So today now we are celebrating that the day 8 of HR Dasara, which is HR and TPO Conclave 2023. Thank you for all your patience listening. So before I sign off, please give a big round of applause to our title sponsors and tagline sponsors. Our title sponsors are Excelsoft Technology and our tagline sponsors are Kangaroo Care Hospitals. The whole journey of HR Dasara wouldn't have been possible without the kind support of all our beloved sponsors. So Mattomme, thanks a lot. And let's start, and handing over to today's host, Bindu GP.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Mysore HR Forum, Edinburgh Foundation, and Karnataka TPO Forum, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to the inaugural ceremony of HR and TPO Conclave 2023, which is the Day 8 HR activity of ExcelSoft HR Dasara 2023, powered by Kangaroo Care Hospitals. I'm Bitu GP, Deputy Manager Human Resources, HGS Mysuru, and I'm your host for today's HR and TPO Conclave. The theme of HR Dasara is HR Navami, the 9 days of HR celebrations, and we are proud to share that today HR Dasara is the biggest HR celebration in Nama Karnataka. The theme for today's conclave is Mysore, the next talent and knowledge hub. And for this great conclave, we have eminent guests and speakers from across industries and institutions, and it's my great privilege to introduce and welcome the dignitaries. We have with us today Mr. Sudhanva Dhananjaya, co-founder and CEO, ExcelSoft Technologies Mysuru, as our chief guest and keynote speaker for the conclave. It's a great privilege to have Mr. Sudhanva Dhananjaya with us, and before I call him upon the stage, let's have a look at the AV intro of Mr. Sudhanva Dhananjaya. Can we have the AV, please?
Computer Engineering, Worcester Polytechnic Institute, Massachusetts, USA, and a Master in Engineering Management, Mysore University. He worked in the Department of Electrical Engineering, Worcester Polytechnic Institute, Massachusetts, USA after his postgraduate studies, and upon returning to India, he was employed with the Systems Engineering, Unix, Group, Kirloskar Electric Company, and then with Unix Systems and PC-based Networking Products Engineering Group, Wipro Infotech Limited, India. He founded ExcelSoft Technologies in 2000, which started as a software and solutions consulting firm for the development of application software. ExcelSoft transformed into a products company with a focus on education. With his able leadership, Sudhanva steered ExcelSoft to be recognized as one of the most innovative education technology companies in the world. As a secretary of the Excel Education Trust, Sudhanva created Excel Public School, which is synonymous with high-quality contemporary school education with excellent pedagogical practices. He was the secretary and later, the president of the NIE Society, Mysore, which runs to engineering colleges, Science College and ITIs. He is the president of the Mysore chapter of TIE, a global organization that promotes entrepreneurship and mentoring. He is on the governing councils and boards of studies of several other universities and colleges, and also on technology boards of global companies. He has been mentoring several startups that have interests in education, healthcare and technology. He has several publications and delivers lectures at universities across the world. He was a senior consultant to the Energy and Infrastructure Division, World Bank, Washington, D.C., where he was an MIS specialist for several projects across the world that were funded by UNICEF World Bank. He was the chairman of the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, Mysore Zone, and held several positions in CII since then. He was also involved in several other professional organizations like the Institution of Engineers, Mysore IT Forum, Computer Society of India, Science and Technology Entrepreneurs Park, Mysore, etc. On behalf of Mysore HR Forum, Edinburgh Foundation, and Karnataka TPO Forum, a warm welcome to Mr. D. Sudhanva.
I request Mr. Sudhanva Dhananjaya to come on the dais. We are honored to have you with us today, sir, and once again a warm welcome to you. I request Mr. Yogatma Srihari to hand over a bouquet and formally welcome Mr. Sudhanva Dhananjay. Thank you, Srihari, sir. Today, HR Dasara is one of its kind in India and the biggest HR event. All the credit for HR Dasara's success goes to our proud sponsors for their benevolent support. We are glad to share that Excels of Technologies Mysuru are our title sponsor for the Season 3 of HR Dasara, and I request everyone to give a big round of applause to the entire team of Excelsoft. We are equally honored to have Dr. Shekhar Subhaya, founder, Kangaroo Care Women and Child Hospitals Mysuru, representing our tagline sponsors, Kangaroo Care. Let's have a look at the AV intro of Dr. Shekhar Subhaya.
Dr. Shekhar Subhaya has completed his MBBS from Mysore Medical College, MD, Pediatrics, from Bangalore and Masters in Medical Administration from NSW University, Australia. Dr. Shekhar Subhaya is a neonatologist from last 15 years and practicing senior neonatologist in India from last 8 years after relocating from Sydney, Australia in 2012. Initially, he took the responsibility as a neonatologist and medical director in Cloud9, Malleswaram, Bangalore. Later, along with his colleagues, started Kangaroo Care Women and Children Hospital in Vijayanagar, Bangalore, which is expanding slowly and steadily across the state and other parts of India. Dr. Shekhar Subhaya has also completed Bailey's course as a part of training and functional neonatal echocardiography from the Australasian College of Ultrasound Medicine. He is also a fellow of Royal College of Medical Administrators. About his other work experiences: Neonatal Senior Registrar, Royal North Shore Hospital and Neonatal Emergency Transport System, Sydney, Australia. Neonatal Fellow, Royal North Shore Hospital, Liverpool Hospital, Australia. Neonatal Senior Fellow, Nepean Hospital, New South Wales, Australia. He is a very positive person and is trying to become a successful entrepreneur with his administrative and social skills. He has been part of various charitable initiatives previously in post-graduation days. He has a significant academic background with teaching skills for his juniors and students. He has his thesis presented in IAP conference, has few case reports and series in Australia and India. Also back in India, there has been a pilot study on GBS infection on antenatal cases. Also, he has been involved in few studies published from Cloud9 hospitals in reputed journals. He has been a member of various national and international organizations like KMC, IAP, NNF, AMC, GMC, RACMA, and Australasian College of Ultrasound Medicine. On behalf of Mysore HR Forum, Edenbridge Foundation, and Karnataka TPO Forum, a warm welcome to Dr. Shekhar Subhaya.
I request Dr. Shekhar Subhaya to come on the dais. We are happy to have you with us today, sir, and once again a warm welcome to you. I request Mr. Pratap to hand over a bouquet and formally welcome Dr. Shekhar Subhaya. Thank you, Pratap. This conclave wouldn't have been possible without the encouragement and support of training and placement officers of Karnataka. We have with us Mr. Harshit Devakar, Head Training and Placement of NIE College, Mysuru, and also the Chairman of Karnataka TPO Forum as our guest of honor. Let's have a look at the AV intro of Mr. Harshit Divakar.
Harshit Divakar completed his BE from Canara Engineering College, Bangalore, and MBA in HR and Marketing. Harshit started his journey as a young entrepreneur. He was the first to digitalize Mysore Dasra in 2010. He was instrumental in implementing local communication in Bandipur Tiger Reserve. Later he joined a recruitment firm, heading the business development team. He started his training and placement journey with Maharaja Institute of Technology, Mysore in 2013, built the training and placement department of MITM. He organized 6 large-scale job fairs at different levels. First to organize a hackathon in the institution in 2013 in association with Microsoft with 800 students. Microsoft declared it as the biggest hackathon in 2013. Later, he joined NI College, Mysore in 2018. He was the man behind hosting 1240+ website in a single day and which is recorded in the India Book of Records. Currently he is pursuing his PhD on campus recruitment. On behalf of the Mysore HR Forum, Edenbridge Foundation and Karnataka TPO Forum, a warm welcome to Mr. Harshit Divakar.
I request Mr. Harshit Divakar to come on the dais. We are happy to have you with us today, and once again a warm welcome to you, sir. I request Mr. Subramania from Excelsoft to hand over a bouquet and formally welcome Mr. Harshit Divakar. Thank you, sir. I also take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Gautam BM, Head HR Operations, Radico, Mysuru, who is representing EDIN and Mysore HR Forum. He is also Chairman of Mysore HR Forum, Mysuru, and Convener, HRIR Panel, Edenbridge Foundation. Let's have a look at the AV intro of Mr. Gautam BM.
Gautam BM. Gautam BM has completed BSc in Life Science from Mysore University and MBA in HR and Marketing from ICFAI University. He has around 16+ years of rich experience in human resource and industrial relations. He has worked for organizations like RPG Group and Future Group, currently working as Head HRIR for Radico, looking after South and East HR operations. He is part of many professional associations and forums of Mysore. He is voluntarily serving as Chairman of Mysore HR Forum, Mysore, and Convener of HRIR Panel of Edenbridge Foundation, Mysore. He was the former Honorary Secretary of NIPM, Mysore Chapter, the youngest secretary in the history of NIPM, Mysore Chapter. He has conducted several classes on life skills, soft skills, corporate skills, and facilitated various seminars and learning sessions on human resource and industrial relations. On behalf of Mysore HR Forum, Edenbridge Foundation, and Karnataka TPO Forum, a warm welcome to Mr. Gautam BM.
I request Mr. Gautam BM to come on the dais. We are happy to have you with us today, and once again a warm welcome to you. I request Mr. Shivashankar, Secretary, ATME College, to hand over a bouquet and formally welcome Mr. Gautam BM. I would also like to take the opportunity to welcome Mr. Yogatma Srihari, founder GSS. I request Ms. Jyoti, ATME College, to hand over a bouquet and formally welcome Mr. Yogatma Srihari. We have exclusive sponsors for this great HR TPO Conclave 2023. I would like to welcome the sponsors also. To begin with, we have National Institute of Engineering, Mysuru, Vidyavartaka College of Engineering, Mysuru, Academic for Technical and Management Excellence, Mysuru, Maharaja Institute of Technology, Tandavpura, Nanjangud, JV Global, Bengaluru. A warm welcome to all of you. Last but not least, a big hearty welcome to all the other proud sponsors, business leaders, HR leaders, principals of respective institutions, TPOs, academicians, professionals, students and friends, and people who have taken part in this beautiful event. A warm welcome to all of you. It's now time to inaugurate the conclave, and I request Mr. Sudhanva Dhananjay to inaugurate the conclave, lighting the lamp, and I also request the other dignitaries on the dais to join. I thank Mr. Sudhanva Dhananjaya and other dignitaries for inaugurating the conclave. Now I request Mr. Sudhanva Dhananjay, co-founder and CEO Excels of Technologies, Mysuru, to deliver the keynote address on the theme Mysuru, the next talent and knowledge hub.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good evening, all of you. And, thank you, Edin, for having me here today. Am I audible? Clear? It's indeed it's fascinating to see the coming together of HR professionals and TPOs. I am neither an HR professional nor a TPO, but have been an entrepreneur. I guess that's why I got chosen to come and speak to you all today. And of having had to orchestrate between TPO functions which are not entirely in my control as an entrepreneur to an HR function of organizations that I belong to or run. So I'm going to take that view. I know I have to talk about Mysore as the potential talent hub as well. In my experience, I've been an entrepreneur for nearly a quarter century, 23 years. The most important asset of any organization, whether it is a business, industry, or educational institutions, many of you are here today, is talent. Would you agree? Talent is the most important asset of any organization. And I guess that's what is the most significant takeaway from today's event. For me particularly, when I was invited to come and speak, I thought it was all about talent and talent acquisition, talent retention, talent management, how do you upgrade talent, is probably is one of the most critical functions of a business. You know, generally we associate business with sales, growing sales, profitability, technology or any other product that we develop, any other services we deliver. Yes, all of them are important, but that glue that brings everything together is talent. To deliver your product, to design products, you need talent. To sell, you need talent. So it's all about talent. I think that's why we are all here today. I have been through a cycle and I want to talk a little bit from my experience of having been an entrepreneur, done a startup many years ago out of Mysore. So this was a time when, you know, just after dot-com bubble bust, 2000, and Mysore was the next big thing to happen even then in year 2000. Bangalore had already happened, was a technology hub, a business hub, a well-known destination for talent. Mysore has always been a well-known destination for education. We've always had good engineering colleges, University of Mysore, and many organizations like CFTRI, DFRL who are associated with research and academics. It's a combination of academic excellence and research. So Mysore has been known for that. I'm talking about the last century as well. However, it was not known for startups, not known for big businesses. Yes, there have been big industries who have had a legacy out of Mysore and have grown out of Mysore and stayed in Mysore, but far and few between in year 2000. And then when I did a startup, decided to do it out of Mysuru, and talent was always a challenge. I've seen different phases of doing a startup, to growing a business, to raising capital, which is important for today's businesses. You ask any entrepreneur today, a startup today, a company which is in the growth phase, they're all looking for funding and they're looking for talent. Funding won't happen unless you have the talent that you can showcase. It's a dimension of money, funding, and talent. They go together. So right in the beginning, when I did a startup out of Mysore, VC was not a very well-known concept in Mysore. Raising venture money, venture capital. Today, it's quite a common knowledge even amongst entrepreneurs in Mysore. It's a happening place in my opinion. This is probably a vibrant city today outside of Bangalore. Great potential for startups and entrepreneurs, and I can see many of them starting up out of Mysore, coming to Mysore to do business, which is a great promise that Mysore really holds out today. So going back, when I did a startup, so there was always questions asked, why Mysore? You should go to Bangalore, only 3 hours away. Today it's less. But then, I don't, it's 23 years old now, it's history. We did face challenges of talent and talent management. Initially, you want to get a team together before you look for funding. Where will the team come from? There were great engineering colleges at that time, and we always hired engineering graduates. We have Harshit sitting here, and JC, they've always been there. Graduates from there would get hired by big brands like HP, who are also represented here, and others in Bangalore. So the destination was go to Bangalore, go to Pune, go to Hyderabad, where the corporate jobs were. There were MNCs who had very good footprints in Bangalore and elsewhere. So if you graduated from a premier college in Mysore, at that time engineering college, I'll also talk about the diversity today. It was obvious that the MNCs would come, and Harshit will testify that their placement drives amongst engineering colleges, obviously most sought after will be MNCs out there in Bangalore. I'm sure even today that is still a priority. However, I can see it changing. So at that point in time, to hire talent to work out of Mysore was very challenging. And it would pretty much be the last resort. Okay, hope most of you understand Kannada. ಏನಪ್ಪ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗಂಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಕ್ಕಲಿಲ್ಲ, didn't get a job in Bangalore. ವಿಧಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿವಸ ನೋಡೋಣ ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪನಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, let them start off in Mysore and get some experience, and then eventually move on to greener pastures in Bangalore or anywhere else. And at that point in time, unlike today there is pay parity. Even if you compare compensation levels, we are not very different from Bangalore levels any longer. But back then it was a different story. So it was always that brand that attracted people to go to Bangalore and get employed with an MNC. It was the benefits that attracted. It was also the happening place. And Mysore was always was a paradise for retired people, and obviously for good education and a little bit of research. And then we moved on, managed to get a team together. And then as you grow, there comes a time when you are not there yet where you can hire fresh graduates, train them, and make them productive and build a product or build a services line for your customers. Hiring fresh graduates and training them takes a little bit of time and cost that industry had to invest into. It's an investment because it's all about human capital. It's about talent, right? So I would consider it an asset, the most important asset, as I said right in the beginning. So this industry academic, there was always this line. There was a thick line. Today, I think it's disappearing. As this event signifies, there is close collaboration between training and placement officers of colleges, and HR and talent management functions in industry, be it Mysore, be it elsewhere, but Mysore will have to become the spotlight sooner than later. And then, as I said, you invest in talent, and then when you lose talent, because you've invested in them, you expect that you would get a return to your business on having invested in training capital, training talent. But if they disappear and migrate, then you start all over again. So it was nice, we would love complaining about, oh, well, you hire fresh graduates, you train them, and then they go away after getting enough experience behind them. And then it was about, okay, yes, that's a problem, that is real, let's face it, and what can we do about it? How can we retain good talent? It's obviously about compensation. Then you can't catch up with compensation levels. That's always a catch-up game. Somewhere somebody is always going to be paying, compensating higher. So is it only that? In which case the economics of running a business will go haywire, because there's a cost of doing business. There is a cost of, there is reinvestment into businesses which will grow business and make them profitable. So that's the balance that as an entrepreneur I struggled hard to find. On one side, you have to have that close connect with academia, represented by the TPO function here today. I used to be chairman of CII, Mysore zone, and then later in other capacities in CII elsewhere, South India, etc. There's always this one panel in CII, I think it still continues. It's Industry Academia Interaction Panel. So way back in 1999, when I was vice chair, this panel was important. Even today it's important. Why are we seeing that as two different things which a CII will have to come and connect? There should be a natural connect. And I think EDIN is all about the natural connect, the value perception. How does the TPO function of academic institutions see value in HR or in the business sector, and vice versa? How does the HR function in businesses see value in the TPO and academic connect? We also talked about connect with not only institutes with academic excellence, but also in research areas. I know it was briefly mentioned by Gautam. I can see as an entrepreneur a lot of value in a business being connected with institutions which not only have academic excellence and a great TPO function, but also institutions who do research. And I, as an entrepreneur in the next phase of ExcelSoft, we've reached out actively to IITs and funded research projects in IITs. We will have professors and research teams from IITs who also teach, come and sit out of ExcelSoft and work for 3 months at a time. Maybe we'll have teams go and sit out of IITs. I took IIT because IITs are known, they have a brand, at least in India now. Of course, there are so many other universities, private universities, and educational institutions who are fast catching up with that brand. And I hope normalization happens there quite quickly. So as academic excellence and research and upskilling and training, even while they are in the academic cycle. So if a college can not only deliver to the curriculum, can take advantage of the business ecosystem around them, and the collaboration with industry and business, and hence be able to add more and do more training. Soft skills could be an example. I know it's a very commonly used word. So in the academic circles, are we doing enough to add more skills beyond curriculum? I think there is a lot of work happening. Traditionally, it wasn't. Earlier, it was all about curriculum, getting a degree, going out, and then, building your own careers as working professionals. Today, I'm sure Harshit will testify, and many of you who are from academic institutions will testify that you're thinking about doing more to close that perception gap. Yeah, it may not be a real gap, but there is a perceived gap on both sides. There's always this question that academia and institutions will ask of an industry. How much are you investing in making sure that we meet your needs? I mean, unless industry is going out and investing in academia to make sure that they get trained better and the gap gets closed, this is always going to remain. And I think this event is a great example of how we can create a platform where we can collaborate, close that gap, become, have that proximity so that we can add value to each other. Industry can add value to academics, and academia can add value to industry. I know I may be running out of time. I have to talk a little bit about Mysuru because I'm very much rooted here and a Mysorean at heart. As I said, year 2000, we did a big mega event called MysuruIT.com, because even in year 2000, Mysore was going to be the next most promising, the next big thing happening in the IT sector at that point in time. So we invited the then President, Dr. Abdul Kalam, to come to Mysuru. It was a big event. But we didn't live up, Mysore did not live up to the promise. It always remained a promise at that point in time. So the next big thing to happen, but was not happening. And then things have started to change, particularly after COVID and after work from home, etc. It's okay, you can be anywhere. You can still be working for an organization. So I think everybody took advantage. It doesn't matter if you were a business in Bangalore or Pune, if you were a business in Mysore. You could hire people who are in Bidar, Belgaum, wherever, and still work from home. Today, I heard that companies have started to insist that people come back to office, but I personally believe this hybrid model will continue. It's good to be flexible. As long as you're getting productivity and you're delivering to timelines and quality expectations, I think this is a model that has come to stay. So that's a sweet spot for Mysuru. And there is a sweet spot for talent who's graduating out of Mysuru. For anybody, I always tell them that you have to find your own sweet spot. If I'm good at something, yeah, whether I'm an engineer or a law graduate or a chartered accountant or whatever it is, I've chosen a certain career or a certain profession and want to be educated in that space because I enjoy doing it, because I'm happy doing it. So you got to enjoy what you're doing, you have to be happy about it, and it has to be trending. There's no point in doing something which is not current, something which does not have a future. So if you draw these three circles and find the intersection, that's where you want to be. Whether you are about to graduate, or you've graduated and you're employed, or you want to be an entrepreneur and doing business. You got to do what you are good at. It has to intersect with what you are happy doing. It has to intersect with where there is future and where there is potential. Then I think we will make our futures. And Mysore is a great platform where all these three come together. It's an obvious choice after Bangalore in Karnataka. I know we have people from other places in Karnataka also represented here today. Because I belong to Mysore and we have proximity to Bangalore, I'm talking about Mysore as the destination. I know you have a panel discussion as Mysore as an emerging talent and knowledge hub, and I truly believe it is time for Mysuru to emerge and is emerging as the next hub for startups, the next hub for attracting great talent, and education ecosystem already exists. So all of us should contribute to making Mysuru the next big happening place, not just for technology. It could be for biotechnology, biosciences, life sciences, environmental sciences. Having been associated with TAI and other organizations, I can see the diversity of the Mysore's business ecosystem growing. There are innovative businesses in different areas, not just technology anymore. So that's what is waiting to happen for Mysore, and we all should come together to make it happen. EDIN and events like HR Dasara are great opportunities to catalyze this. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I can go on and on because it's about Mysore, but then there are other speakers and other panels as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudhanva sir. We have the forum open for any questions, only one or two. For Sudhanva sir.
Either it was too good or too bad.
Sir, you would like to convey anything? You would like to convey anything? Don't mind. Okay. Yes. Thanks. Okay.
I would now request Dr. Shekhar Subbaya, founder, Kangaroo Care Women and Child Hospitals, Mysuru, for the special address.
Good evening, everybody. Respected delegates and my colleagues and friends here. Being a doctor in HR forum is something different, I assume. And I would thank Mr. Gautam and Pratap for making Kangaroo Care as part of this HR conclave. When Pratap met me, it was something different for us to understand what exactly is HR Dasra. I suddenly thought about all the HRs in being in one platform. So I thought, let's spread about Kangaroo Care through this means you are the messengers of information. And my HR asked me, sir, should we participate in this? I said, yes, we will. Why? Because it's intellectual gathering here. So we have participated and we are very happy because of the events happening, 9 events, what Gautam has explained in detail, which I'm not going to talk about that. And today being the very important event of being this TPO Conclave, and I've understood from Pratap what exactly is this, is a state level meet, especially for Mysoreans, HR people to understand and interact, network. And I really understood about HR positions after coming back to India and especially after starting Kangaroo Care. You guys are the sandwich between management and the staff, if I'm correct. You've been, pressurized from both the ends, and managements, they want something different, and the staff want something different, and it's a very, very important sector, though it has not been recognized, as Gautam said, and it happens with our nurses. Nobody recognizes the nurse's contribution. The doctor scolds the nurse, the patient also scolds the nurse. And nurses will take the beatings always. I always pity on them. And I keep telling our doctors not to scold the nurses because they have emotions, they have families, they have all the kinds of stressful events. A similar way, HR also. And we have a HR department which we are developing. I'm slowly coming out of these day-to-day activities because we are moving on. And so now coming to this conclave where we got participated, the thing is, if we interact with different organizations, we learn, and also we can promote our, the institution. So what is Kangaroo Care? I think most of you know about Kangaroo Care now. So Kangaroo Care is a doctor-driven hospital. We started in 2016. It's not in 2020. It's not in Mysore first, it's in Bangalore first. So it is purely a doctors-driven hospital. It is not a corporate hospital. So why did we start? One of the delegates in the boardroom, he was mentioning that our forefathers and my parents, they would have worked hard, saved the money, having good shelter, food, etc., etc. But we are not, generating the intellectual, journey in future. So I was in Australia being a citizen, I was getting bored with the routine lifestyle. So let me come back to India and, take the legacy of our parents, of our profession. So we started and my colleagues joined. And in the matter of 6 years, we have opened in Bangalore, we are the busiest unit in Bangalore. We have started in Mysore. When I started in Mysore, as soon as I entered the boardroom, all the delegates said it's a different concept. Yes, it's a different concept. It is a mother and child, women and children hospital. It's a subspecialty hospital. So why did we start in Mysore? So I am from Mysore Medical College. I used to visit Mysore often when I get stressed out in Bangalore. I had a lot of friends here, easy, very cool life, nice environment. But there's no proper mother and child hospital. So when I planned to start, everybody actually, they discouraged me not to start. Then I said, there's a vacuum here, let's start, there's no corporate competition here. So we started in Kalidas Road in 2020. Believe me, it was a very tough journey. Very tough, why? Because there is a lot to catch up with respect to time management, and a little bit of professionalism and that awareness by the patient. Everybody is into nursing home culture. Or there are two hospitals, one was Columbia Asia, the other was Apollo. They were catering only for the specialty, not the super specialty. So super specialty is a course in our medicine that if I'm a pediatrician, after pediatrics, I do neonatology. What is neonatology? I'm a newborn ICU specialist. So like that, we have pediatric endocrinology. That is, if there's a diabetes for adults, there's a diabetes for children also. There's a diabetes for not even 1 or 2 years old kid. We have pediatric neurology. We have pediatric dermatology. You always go to cosmetology. We have similar for pediatrics we have. So we have pediatric gastroenterology. So like that, you name it, we have all the subspecialties. So bringing everything under one roof, in one place, is very important. So now after the 2 years of journey, we got the patients to understand that, so Kangaroo Care has got all the subspecialties. So after we starting having this rough journey, then one more competitor came, corporate hospital, which I don't want to name, and they started 1 year back. So my staff were really taken back. Okay, what happens if a corporate hospital comes in? So I said, let's give service. Let's give all the subspecialty service under one roof, not looking at the profit, and at an affordable cost. Believe me, it is really working. When a middle class family visits both the institute and look for the service with 30% lesser cost, they obviously will opt our institution, and with their service, with the all the subspecialties under one roof, we are doing really well. There's one concept called child developmental clinic. I don't think so many know about child developmental clinic. When there's a preterm baby delivered, what happens? The baby is saved. Baby of 1 kg, 800 grams, 1.2 kgs, they go home. What happens next? Where is the catch-up growth? Nobody knows. So the catch-up growth happens in child developmental clinic. They give, kind of lessons to mothers regarding their tone management, speech, their intellectual capacity. So who would do? Nobody will do, because there is no revenue in that. So we said we should give this. Like this, we have genetics. We never had genetics in Mysore before we arrived. There is a pediatric genetist in our hospital. Many of the families now, they don't, they go for late, pregnancy. At that time, we need genetics, consultation. What happens if the baby is born? So we have started that. And there was no fetal medicine in Mysore in 2020. We started that. Means when we give service, when we are very professional, not doing the shortcuts, then we'll be successful. So in that way, Kangaroo Care had a journey of 2.5 years, and we want to give this service to Mysore and surrounding districts. And in future, we are also doing charity. I mean, you may think it is a private hospital. What is good in that? If there is a baby coming from a different place, we have a transport, neonatal transport system. We don't send the babies to government hospitals straight away. So we treat them, we may observe the cost for 2 days and then refer. And we have 2 charity beds. We don't advertise or we don't announce because people will misuse. So what we are doing is we are reducing the price by 50% and we are treating the patients. So in that way, we are also doing indirectly a kind of charity work because we can't do much, because we have limitations. And when we do this, there is a kind of institutionalization in our atmosphere. As Sir said, without academics, we can't do anything. If it is a hospital, just a hospital, having at the end of the month P&L, making the investors happy, because we don't have any investors, we are only investors. So we don't have to make ourselves happy. So when we institutionalize this place, there will be quality. So quality in terms of patient management, quality in terms of staff skills, and they won't leave a place, they will stay back. So being in this forum, understanding from your end, it is very important for doctors to learn the role of HRs. Doctors think that we are only doing the great things, others are not as much as what doctors do. It is not. They may be doing a clinical work. A non-clinical work is done by you guys. And allied health like nurses, it can be a dietitian, it can be a physiotherapist, it can be accountant. They all do their jobs. Without a CFO, we can't maintain the accounts. The same way, HR. HR is very important because whenever the recruitment is less, we feel really panicked. What happens to the consultant? What happens to the nurses? What happens to other staff? So, in this way, we are being very happy to be part of this HR forum. And I thank all the organizers and also the delegates and the participants here to be present here. And we are very proud that Kangaroo Care is being known to many of the people in Mysore and surrounding districts. And we expect the cooperation and support in future also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Harshad Divakar, Head, Training and Placement, NIE College, Mysuru, to take us through overview HR and TPO Conclave.
After this, my dear TPO friends and HRs from various industries, welcome you all for this wonderful HR TPO conclave. I would like to give you a few statistics. I was just reading an article which said, 16 lakhs engineers
Engineers
are
are
graduating
graduating
every year from India. My next question was, how many countries doesn't have this population? Unfortunately, 4 countries doesn't have this population. So we have such huge pool of people graduating only from engineering. Then I just went and saw the article where it also said there are again 4 lakhs graduates from UG, that is like BSc Computer Science and BSc other branches are graduating. So there are around 20 lakhs people graduating every year from India, out of which it said only 6 lakhs people are getting jobs on campus. So this was very much surprising to me. Then I just read about the conclusion. It said it is because of the gap between industry and academia. So just to bridge this gap between industry and academia, when I was there in my cabin, I had my guest, Mr. Pratap, he had been to invite me for this HR Dasara. Then I said, why don't we have something called as HR and TPO Conclave? This is where this HR and TPO Conclave came into picture in 2022. So we worked together and we executed the first HR and TPO Conclave in 2022, which was hosted in Mysore Socials. After that, this is the second HR and TPO Conclave which we are hosting. And why we are hosting this HR and TPO Conclave is everywhere we see that, one side the TPOs are saying that, we don't have pretty good number of companies visiting the campus and they're not recruiting good numbers. On the other side, we have HR panels saying that, we are not getting the right pool of panels. So having this HR and TPO Conclave, the best thing what we can have is about the networking part. So we can get connected with n number of industries and we can have a good connect so that, we can have a lot of things out of it. We always should not only focus on placements, so we should do a lot of activities and the outcome should be placements. This is how we need to work as an industry and academia. So the first thing what I see is we have huge resources in industry in terms of skills. And there's a huge and immense number of resource in terms of research in academia. So if we can work together, we can have and we can create bright minds and bright future to the kids. So this is the one of the thing. And second thing is there's a lot of business change which is happening in industry and they need the right skills. So if we can get connected to a lot of companies, have some conference through the companies and have some good connect with the industry, get few experts from industry to the campus so that, a lot of skill exchange can happen through industry to academia. So having all these things in mind, so we have started this HR and TPO Conclave. And I would like to thank all the HRs and TPOs to taking out of your time for, in a busy schedule and making to this event. Thank you so much. Thanks for attending this HR and TPO Conclave. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Gautam BM to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural ceremony.
Okay, so we have come to the end of this inaugural ceremony. So it's been a great evening. Last year when we organized the first season of HR and TPO Conclave, 2022, way back, in 2022. So it was our first attempt, and with all the hard work, we pulled off a great show. Because this particular TPO meet, HR and TPO meet, happens only in few places. Correct me if I'm wrong, Harshit. I've heard from Harshit that, it happens in a big way in Maharashtra TPO Forum. Maharashtra being the biggest, bigger state. It's happening there. And apart from that, maybe, in South India in one or two places, but at a small scale. So with our preparations and hard work and with the support of all the TPOs of Mysore, last year we made a big show. So we wanted to make some more, we wanted to make it bigger this here, and we are very happy that all of us together have made it bigger. So please give a big round of applause to each and everyone, who are part of this conclave and, made it bigger. So we had a great inaugural ceremony, and on behalf of Mysore HR Forum, Edinburgh Foundation, and Karnataka TPO Forum, I thank Mr. Sudan Vadi for accepting our invitation. Despite his busy schedule, he's a very busy man, and we requested him to be part of this program, and he gracefully accepted it. And he very nicely spoke about Mysore. I think he loves Mysore a lot of emotions attached with Mysore, and yes, if we allow him, he'll go on. I think he has a lot to share about Mysore, his own personal experience. And thanks a lot, sir, for appreciating our initiative. And on behalf of all of us, I request Mr. Panish, Head of Erin Synergy Operations, to hand over a small memento to Sudan Vasar and thank him on behalf of all of us for accepting our invitation and taking part in this conclave as a chief guest and delivering a keynote address on the topic Mysore, the next talent and knowledge hub. So Dr. Shekhar, when he was addressing, he was sharing that this is a HR and TPO conclave, and he being a doctor, that whether it was a right platform for him to present. The other day when I was speaking to him, on this particular topic, so he was little skeptical that hey, what I'm supposed to share. When we meet. So I told him, sir, you are doing a great job. You have brought a multi-specialty hospital, to Mysore, and we all love that. When I entered this hospital, I saw, photo shoot of, parents happening. Pre-marriage, post-marriage photo shoot. Yes, of course, the pregnancy time photo shoot agate. So in their hospital, they have a package where there is a photo shoot. So I was shocked, and this is a sign that Mysore is growing. So today, when he spoke, he took us through how the healthcare industry is growing in Mysore, and I think purpose is served. The whole purpose of HR Dasara is, taking an insight into Mysore industrial development. So we are happy to know that Sudhana sir ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, it is not just about IT. Yes. By default, there is no other option for state government of Karnataka because Bangalore is almost saturated, and they will definitely move all the projects from Bangalore to Mysore. But other than IT projects, Mysore should have a comprehensive growth, not just IT. Even other industries, should grow. The infrastructure should grow. Mysore should grow, and even the healthcare industry is also adding, contributing a lot to the growth of Mysore growth. So on behalf of all of us, please give a big round of applause to Dr. Shekhar Subbaya for accepting our invitation, and also special round of applause for being our tagline sponsors. So ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು that people of Mysore should know about kangaroo care ಅಂತ. Definitely ಅವರ ಕೆಲಸದಿಂದ ಅವರು kangaroo care ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರೋ ಆಗೇ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ವಿಲ್ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಗ್ರೂ ಕೇರ್. ಬಟ್ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಎಲ್ಲ HR-ಗಳು ಕ್ಯಾಂಗ್ರೂ ಕೇರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ HR ದಸರಾ. ಎಸ್.
Small correction, it's a mother and child hospital. So Gautam mentioned as multi-specialty. It's a mother and child hospital. Except departments related to women and children, we don't see other specialties. So we take care of the mother, like how we said, it can be a photo shoot, it can be a car decoration when you're going home because they feel very happy. It can be 4D imprints of the foot, so on. So it can be cosmetic gynecology and so on. So it is purely a mother and child hospital. Thank you. Thank you.
Adding to Dr. Shekhar's words, when you enter their hospital, you don't feel like you're entering an hospital. You will, you experience you are entering a 5-star hotel rather. And even the front office receptionist and even all the staffs, their hospitality is amazing. So on behalf of all of us, I request Miss Rashmi, Training and Placement Officer of VVC College, to hand over a small memento on behalf of all of us and thank Dr. Shekhar. Please give one more round of applause to Dr. Shekhar. Thank you, Ms. Rashmi. So, I will tell you, Edin Bridge Foundation has 3 wings, and one of the first wing is Edin Bridge, which acts as a bridge between industry and academics. Now, there is a lot of gap between industry and academics. There is no connect between industry and academics. And there are many forums, many organizations, many associations trying to bridge. But ultimately, we all end up blaming the system. We blame the academic, syllabus. We blame the colleges. We blame the teachers. But there is no point in blaming, because now we stay try madadro industry. It will be always ahead of academics. That's how the whole system is. So, but what can be done? What best can be done? So we thought, okay, there is a gap, and gap na kami madbeku andre first the 2 parties, academicians and industry people. Avargalna first ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತರಬೇಕು. So we have to come up with a support system or a platform where both the parties can first come forward. If you look at ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ರಿಲೇಶನ್ಶಿಪ್ ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಸರಿಯಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅವರಿಬ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು. So ಹಾಗಾಗಿ what we did is we started fostering the communication between both the parties. ಈಗ if you look at this hall, you have HRs at one side and academicians at one side. And ಇದೊಂಥರ ಗಂಡ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ತರ. Now don't ask me who is ಗಂಡ and who is ಹೆಂಡತಿ, because that will have another debate. So the only way we could bridge the gap, is making both the parties come together and talk as much as possible. So we started doing that, and I must say, not because I am representing Edin Bridge Foundation, today informally we are able to provide internships to the students, which is very much important. We are able, we are successful in providing industrial visits opportunities, again informally, and most of our members of Edin Bridge Foundation or Mysore HR Forum they are visiting they are visiting colleges to talk to students. So this is what is happening, because we felt that now we stay try madidru gap na zero madakagala and now system na blame madakagala. So what best can be done in the interest of the students? Let us help the institutions for their internship, for their industrial visit, for their placements, and also ನಮಗೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯೋ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಸೊ ವಿ ವರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಪ್ರಪೋಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ HR Dasara ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಟು ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹರ್ಷಿತ್, ಸೊ ಹಿ ಸೆಡ್, Gautam, you are trying to bridge HRs and teachers, HRs and faculties. ನೀವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ HR and TPOs. So that's how we came up with this concept of HR and TPOs, because yes, faculties ಎಷ್ಟು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಇದಾರೋ ಕಾಲೇಜಸ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ TPOs are also very much important. So ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಶುರು ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಈ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್, and definitely we will take this particular HR and TPO concept to the next level with all your support. So please give a big round of applause to Harshit Divakar, the man behind the whole concept of HR and TPO meet. And thanks a lot, Harshit, for joining us, and thanks a lot for all the support and all the encouragement. So on behalf of all of us, I request Ms. Nivedita, HR of Kangaroo Care, Nivedita, HR of Kangaroo Care, to hand over a small memento and thank Mr. Harshit. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹರ್ಷಿತ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ. Okay, so we have come to the end of this inaugural ceremony, and after this we are going to break for the tea. So before we break, let's have a group photo, and I request everyone to please come onto the dais and join us for the group photo, and after this we'll break. So thank you everyone, and so we'll join at 5:05. So please join us for a group photo, please. Bega, please.
Company, with more than 700 professionals who with their collaborative spirit, passion, and dedication, contributes to the success story of Excelsoft. The initial proposition was to build licensable products pertaining to education and learning. And this made way to launch their first LMS product, Freedom. In the early 2000s, the company developed solutions for assessment and proctoring catering to the learning and assessment needs of the industry. The suite of products included Ceres, an online testing solution, Smart About, a tool that enables organizations to evaluate and rank job applications using proctoring, and innovative remote proctoring solutions. After 2010, it further extended its line of solutions to higher education and K-12 learning solutions with OpenPage, a digital publishing platform, and College Spark, a student success platform. After 2014, Excelsoft expanded their customer reach across the globe. Excelsoft partnered with prestigious universities and institutions, helping 200 plus highly successful organizations across 25 plus countries with over 30 million plus end users worldwide. Our mission, we strive to provide the best e-learning solutions using state-of-the-art technologies that help the customers deliver a better, faster, and cost-effective e-learning experience.
be starting the panel discussion in a couple of minutes. I would request all of you to come back to your seats.
Already delayed. The more we delay, the more we have to play with the emotions of the participants, because it's already time is 5:30, so we want to break early for the dinner. So please everyone, please be seated. Those who are standing in the balcony, please. Okay. Yeah, Bindu, you can start.
Panel speaker is, the topic for the panel discussion is Mysore, the Emerging Talent and Knowledge Hub. Our first panel speaker is Mr. Prashant HM, Head Corporate Strategy, Excelsoft Technologies, Mysuru. Can we have the AV intro of Mr. Prashant HM, please?
Mr. HM Prashant. Mr. Prashant has over 25 years of expertise and experience in corporate learning and development. He has worked in various corporate functions at Excelsoft, which includes business development, marketing, and operations. With a deep understanding of the primary and secondary education systems, coupled with a strong belief in constructivist learning models, he has led a wide range of pedagogically sound educational initiatives of Excelsoft. Mr. Prashant has an engineering degree and an MBA. Currently, he is working as Vice President, Corporate Strategy at Excelsoft Technologies. On behalf of Mysore HR Forum, Edenbridge Foundation, and Karnataka TPO Forum, a warm welcome to Mr. HM Prashant.
I would request Mr. Prashant HM to come on the dais. Our next panel speaker is Dr. Basavaraju R. Shrestha, Executive Director, GRAM, Mysuru. Can we have the AV, please?
Basavaraju R. Shrestha. Dr. Basavaraju R. Shrestha is a seasoned development professional and public policy researcher with a rich and diverse background in research and evaluation, teaching and capacity building, strategic consultation, policy design, and project planning and implementation. Dr. Basavaraju has authored several influential policy and strategy documents, including the Karnataka Vision 2025 Skill Development and Employment Vision Document, Policy on Skill Development, Livelihood and Entrepreneurship 2023-30, National State of the Sector Report on 21st Century Skills, Child Labour Policy and Action Plan, and the Strategic Focus Document for Rural Livelihood Mission. During India's presidency of the G20 in 2023, Dr. Basavaraju was designated as the National Coordinator for the Working Group on Delivering Democracy by the G20 Civil 20 Secretariat. Recognizing his significant contributions to the development sector, Dr. Basavaraju has received prestigious awards and honors, including the Champion of Cause by Tally India in 2023, Award of Appreciation in 2023 by FIXI and the Government of Karnataka, 50 Most Impactful Social Innovators, Global Listing by World CSR Day in 2018, and the Garden City University Honor in 2018 and Nobel Citizen Award 2023 by Nobel Citizen Foundation, New Delhi. As a dedicated professional, Dr. Basavaraju has been actively involved in corporate organizations, serving on the CII South Region Committee on Education, Skill Development, and Employment. He is a life member of the National Institute of Personnel Management, India, and currently serves as the Vice Chairman of the NIPM Masu chapter. In his earlier roles, Dr. Basavaraju served as the Deputy Director of the State Resource Center on Child Labour, Department of Labour, Government of Karnataka. Basavaraju is a PhD in Development Studies, Institute of Development Studies, University of Mysore on Rural Livelihood Policies and Program. He is a postgraduate in Business Administration and has a PG Diploma in Human Resource Management. His bachelor's degree was in Economics, Mathematics, and Computer Science. Basavaraju loves to spend his free time at his small farm and is interested in horticulture. He loves traveling and connecting with people. On behalf of the Mysore HR Forum, Edenbridge Foundation, and Karnataka TPO Forum, a warm welcome to Dr. Basavaraju R. Shrestha.
Our next speaker is Ms. Rachita Mahadev, Emerging Talent Lead, India and APG, Akamai, Bangalore. Can we have the AV, please?
Ms. Rachita Mahadev is an emerging talent-led India, Asia Pacific, and Japan with 10+ years of experience. She currently heads the campus program for Asia Pacific and India, along with supporting global strategies for emerging talent which impact through initiatives across talent development and building inclusive cultures. She has an engineering degree from VIT and a master's in human resources from Alliance University. On behalf of Mysore HR Forum, Edenbridge Foundation, and Karnataka TPO Forum, a warm welcome to Ms. Rachita Mahadev.
Our next speaker is Mr. Achyuta Panduranga, Business Lead and Chief of Staff, HP Bengaluru. Can we have the AV, please?
Achyut Panduranga. Mr. Achyut Panduranga has over 25 years of experience in product development and management. He has worked in various functions at Hewlett-Packard, which includes Senior Engineering Program Manager, Business Lead and Chief of Staff, University Relations Leader, Business Lead, Strategy and Biz Planning. A passionate engineering professional with interests in product development and management. Has a diverse, global management experience in engineering and management in product development. Project management focuses. Currently, a business-led and chief of staff, working closely with the leader of the organization in improving operational efficiencies, running strategic initiatives for the organization design, budget management. Also, leading the university relations program for the organization. Mr. Achyut Panduranga has an engineering degree in electronics and communications engineering from Malnad College of Engineering. Of work, interested in reading in general, Indian mythology particularly, pondering on how things work, teaching and trying hands with mindfulness and stand-up comedy. On behalf of the Mysore HR Forum, Edenbridge Foundation, and Karnataka TPO Forum, a warm welcome to Mr. Achyut Panduranga.
We have our moderator for today's panel discussion, that is Ms. Hemalata S., Principal Consultant, Excellent HRD, Mysuru. Can we have the AV, please?
Ms. Hemalata S. is a known life skills trainer, influencer, and a NLP practitioner. She has about 15 years of experience in learning and development, employee relations, and HR generalist functions. In the past, she has worked with Ranga Rao and Sons, Shahi Exports Ltd and ABB in India before launching herself as a freelance trainer heading a consultancy of her own. She is an expert trainer in life skills like neuro-linguistic programming, effective leadership, emotional intelligence, interpersonal skills, corporate etiquette, and outbound programs. So far, she has successfully trained about 30,000 people from various organizations across the country, with client base of Toyota Kirloskar Motors, ABB, Recaro India, Apollo Hospitals, Hollingsworth and Woz and many universities. On behalf of Mysore HR Forum, Edenbridge Foundation, and Karnataka TPO Forum, a warm welcome to Ms. Hemlatha S.
I would request all our speakers for today, please come on the dais, and the moderator as well. I now request Mr. Nandan Giri, MIT Tandavpura, to hand over a bouquet and formally welcome Mr. Prashant HM. I request Ms. Vatsala from Excelsoft Technologies to hand over the bouquet to Dr. Basavaraju R. Shrestha and welcome him formally. I request Mr. Deepak from Holo Suite to hand over a bouquet and welcome formally Ms. Rachita Mahadev. I request Mr. Murli from Learners College to hand over a bouquet to Mr. Achyuta Panduranga and welcome him formally. I request Mr. Raghu from Excelsoft to hand over a bouquet to Ms. Hemalata and welcome her formally. Over to you, Hema. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bindu. Thank you so much for this arrangement, Gautam. Usually the moderator is the one who sits in the corner, but today I'm made to sit in the center. Hope I am saved from all four of you.
One of us will take care of it.
Thank you so, and also taken care of the ergonomies, moving my neck from there to here. Thank you everyone, and a warm welcome to all of you to this wonderful event of TPO HR Meet organized by MHRF, powered by Kangaroo Care and Excelsoft Technologies. Good evening once again. I was talking to my friend, I was telling her already that this event is a success already. Because all were so happy, meeting, greeting, exchanging thoughts with one another. So that's what it makes any program a success, when people come together and meet and talk and exchange their ideas with one another. Yes, in extension to that, we are having this panel discussion here this afternoon. Today, we are going to talk about, is Mysore the emerging, the next talent hub, talent and knowledge hub? How is it going to work? Is it an emerging one, or is it already one? How is it going to take shape? That's what we're going to discuss. When we talk about the city of Mysore, Mysore is one name, but many emotions associated with it. Whether you're born here, or somebody who made a profession here, a career here, or somebody who just came to visit the city. City has something to offer you enormously. One thing definitely you will not miss out on: the rich, graceful, royal heritage which you come across in every nook and corner of the city. And second is definitely the warmth and benevolence of the people of Mysore. Do you agree with me? So if that is so, I want all of you to bring your hands together for this beautiful city of Mysore. And even in the previous session, speakers was talking so much about the city. We want our city back. We want the city as is. We want the same love and care from everywhere. But at the same time, we want it to grow also. So that's a challenge always, where we all have to participate. So let's try and understand today from learning perspective. As all of us know, Mysore has been a center of learning for centuries. With royal patronage, there have been so many institutions, colleges in this city, offering and producing so many professionals who are placed in various parts of the world today. Taking the legacy forward, we have so many institutions and colleges which have come up, and how all of that is going to shape this city as an emerging talent and knowledge hub. Let's understand from some of the experts, specialists who are around me now this afternoon, and try and discuss. This session is open. After every round, you can also participate and ask questions. So in that direction, my first question is to Mr. Prashant, who heads strategies for Excelsoft Technologies. Excelsoft Technologies is doing wonderfully well from last 23 years in the royal city of Mysore. And Sir has seen the city in its highs and lows and knows every aspect of human resources. So that being the case, what are your views on Mysore being called as the potential talent hub, sir?
Elrigu namaskara. Good evening. Thank you, Eden, for this opportunity. Hemalata, when you say hub, what comes to my mind is that, there are spokes, right? So there are spokes which lead to a hub. Multiple spokes bring something to a hub, correct? And when you talk about a hub of knowledge, the expectation is that there is a whole lot of knowledge available in this hub, correct? From that point of view, if you look at, forget the talent part of it, I'll come to the talent part of it in a moment. But if you talk about knowledge, Mysore has been blessed with a lot of luminaries, from Kuvempu to Bhairappa to, theatre personalities to thinkers to scientists. There have been innumerable number of people who have settled in Mysore. They are here. ನೀವು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ವಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದೆಲ್ಲ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾರು ಒಂದು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮಹಾನ್ ಮೇರು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ. Somebody who has been a stalwart, extremely knowledgeable person. He is just walking across like anybody else. That's Mysore for you, right? That doesn't happen in all other cities, right? That way, when you call it a hub and a knowledge hub, Mysore is naturally a knowledge hub because people come here and probably settle here. And if I ask anybody for that matter, where would you like to settle? They may say, of course, there may be other cities also, but definitely Mysore is one of that, right? From that point of view, Mysore has always been a knowledge hub, I would consider. Now coming to talent hub. When you talk about talent, there are multiple perspectives that come to my mind. One is that, see, difference between talent and knowledge, right? Talent is something which is more innate, more inherent, right? Something which a person already possesses in a way, which only needs to be honed, right? Knowledge is something which is mostly acquired from outside, right? That is the general perspective. We of course use talent in a general perspective that, anybody, today we call human resource as a talent, right? From that perspective, okay, it is a generalized, terminology. But generally, if you look at talent from that perspective, it is something that has to be honed. And when you talk about hub of talent, why do you need a hub of talent in the first place? If you are going to do anything, it could be an economic activity, a development activity, a social activity, whatever activity you want to pursue in a particular place, and when you want people to support it, maybe to work for you or to, work alongside you, whatever else, right? You expect that they are capable of doing certain things. And that is when you say, is there talent available? So you say, okay, in this city, there is talent available. That is a hub for talent, right? From that perspective, one of the things that help hone talent is education, right? Right from the kindergarten to the primary and secondary education to high schooling to the higher secondary to tertiary education, right? All through, there is a honing of these talent that happens. And Mysore has always been known as an education hub. Being an education hub, there is no doubt that the education institutions here hone talent, right? So there is another reason why Mysore has the inherent potential to be a talent hub as well, apart from knowledge hub, has a potential to be a talent hub as well. Now the question of what kind of talent that we are looking at, right? The kind of talent that we look at should align with the character of the city is what I would believe. I was in the Bangalore Tech Summit the other day, last week, right? And I was speaking about Mysore. I happened to get a chance to speak about Mysore. And all I said there is, every city has a character, right? When you talk about, let's say, Hubli, it's identified as a commercial place, Vanijya Nagari, that's how they call it as, right? Mangaluru, people there, Churukumatiyoru, Meen Tinnoru, Adrinda Churuku, all these things is what they talk about. When you talk about Mysore, what do you characterize Mysore as? Right? You characterize Mysore as a sleepy antara, sleepy alla. We are a calm city. We are a calm city. We are a peaceful city. When you are peaceful, you can think better. When you can think better, you can do better. You can perform better. You can produce better. You can do wonderful things being calm and peaceful. Right? That is the value Mysore provides you. Right? That's the character of Mysore. So anything that is thinking oriented, anything that is thought oriented, something which is head and heart associates Mysore very well, in my opinion. Not so much about hands. It's about head and heart Mysore, right? So that is what my belief is. And last thing you mentioned about ExcelSoft, and I don't have to add too much here because Mr. Sudanma himself has spoken about his journey and the difficulty that he found early days to find talent. Yeah, reiterating the same, early days, I remember it was very difficult to hold on to talent because there was the then hub, Bangalore, which would attract all the talent from the spokes like Mysore, right? So ask any student from NIE or JCE, they would say, I would want to get into Bangalore, which is the happening place now, so that I can get to off-site somewhere. right? On site somewhere, right? That was the ambition at that time. Holding on to talent was extremely difficult those days. So some of the things that we did was we ran fresh graduate training programs then. Not that we were the first ones to do it, but 2003, Madam Manjula is here. She was instrumental in organizing all of that. We ran a training program of fresh graduates in 2003. And one of the things that we noticed is even today, that batch of fresh graduates, we ran about 20 of them or 18 of them if I remember right. A good number of them, about 7 or 8 of them are still with us. And what are they doing? They are business leaders. They are the top-notch leaders of the organization. That brings me to one last point. Another characteristic of Mysore is relationships. If you have somebody known in Mysore, you have had a friend for life, right? So that is something which is again a characteristic of Mysore. Building and keeping lasting relationships, right? So from that point of view, if the organizations build relationships with their talent, right, Mysore can retain talent and thereby foster becoming a hub so that it doesn't lose talent to other cities. Thank you.
Wonderfully described, sir. Thank you so much. It's head and the heart together, calm and composed. Yet, once you build a relationship, it's going to be for lifetime. So that's something amazing. And taking this discussion forward, may I request Dr. Basuraju to take us forward with what this corporate talent is all about, the talent that gets produced in the institutions. Could you please take us through the history of it, how it got, how it was in the past and how it is now? So could you please take us through the journey of the growth of talent in the city of Mysore? Briefly, sir.
Thank you. I'm kind of privileged to answer this question because I'm the beneficiary of the city, having read, completed my educations, also my PhD from the same city, and also having an opportunity to work in the city, for the city, and for my district. So in that way, the city has always been a knowledge hub. And thanks to our erstwhile Maharajas, it could be His Excellency Krishnaraju Vadeyar, Nalvadi Krishnaraju Vadeyar, or Jayachamrajendra Vadeyar for that matter, they have laid a strong foundation for this city to be enjoying or reaping the benefit of knowledge today. Of course, when we were trying to do a study or give a consultation to Election Commission of India to pitch a strong case for Mysuru to establish a democracy museum and center in Mysuru, our team did little study about the Mysore academic institutions, etc. At least we have around 237 colleges in Mysuru and around 12 different administrative or professional or excellence institutions, be it administrative training institution to postal training institution to police academy to defense to you name it, we are blessed to have all these institutions in this city. And over 15 universities and autonomous institutions in this city. And I can't disagree with Prashant sir who said the knowledge hub. But the question is, are we a talent hub? I have my reservations when it comes to calling Mysuru as a talent hub. Because if you look at the definition of to be a talent hub, along with having the educational institutions and opportunity to learn, opportunity, connectivity, fraternity, these are all the key criteria to call a city as a talent hub actually. I think we have a lot to catch up when it comes to that. And can we simply hold on to or hang on to the legacy of the Mysore knowledge thing? If you analyze in the last 10 years, which are all the major large-scale higher education institutions have started in the city, that we need to reflect and contemplate. And what is our contribution to applied science? pure science. Applied science is there, of course. Engineering and technology and applied science, we are good. What are our contribution? Where are we moving ahead when it comes to pure science? And second and most important thing, I represent a humanities sector. I represent a development sector. When it comes to humanities and liberal arts, I don't think we are nowhere in that, the geo map actually. I was in, Flame University a couple of months ago to deliver a talk at Pune. I kind of out of my academic curiosity, trying to explore what is Pune is catching up with. Today, it's a hub for not only all this, because you know Pune as a manufacturing hub. Today, they are established a post-graduation course in political, being a politician, for training of politicians. There are a lot of public policy and politics related organizations there. And liberal arts, if you look at the combination they have in liberal arts, we have to kind of search in our city. Because why I'm saying this, when it comes to the policy, public policy is another growing sector in this country. After US and China, India is the next growing industry, or when it comes to sector, when it comes to public policy making. We are on 612 public policy consulting institutions in the country already. But where are we? There is not even a single public policy school, single polity school, single that kind of outlook, outward liberal arts institutions are there. And look at the pioneering initiatives of Mysuru, for not only in education, coming to the human development. This city pioneered, district pioneered the self-help group concept. We look up to Bangladesh, Professor Yunus, for the self-help group Grameen model. But if you trace the history back, where it was started, it is in our own Mysuru as a neighborhood affinity groups. It was not called as SHE then, it was an affinity and neighborhood group, creating human capital, social capital, in other words, grooming talent, not only amongst the youth are privileged in the college, but those who are in the community, those who are probably never gone to the colleges. That's another legacy what we have in this district. But last point, we are now talking more and more about the talent from the youth who are in college. But my another question is, what about youth who are in the community? There are 70%, even today 24% is the higher education rate in this country. That means 76% do not have an opportunity to go to colleges. That doesn't mean that they don't want to go to the colleges. They do not have an opportunity to go to the colleges. What are we having for them? The large talent in the city, in the district. That's something we need to probably in the round 2, I'll come back to you about that. Thank you.
The flip side of talent is what we understand from you. So there's so many, still there is so much of opportunity for various institutions, and also there is a dearth of opportunity for some of the youth, is what sir was mentioning. Thank you so much for those wonderful thoughts. Keeping in mind the current talent which is produced in the institutions or which is available in the city of Mysore, keeping that in mind, my next question is to Mr. Achyuta Panduranga. Sir is the business lead and also heads staff at HP India. So my question to you is, yes, there are a lot of colleges, as sir was mentioning, number of colleges have increased, and students who came to learn have increased. But how about the quality? What are your views and thoughts on that?
Okay. Thank you so much, Hemlata, for the question. Good evening, everybody. Let's do some crowdsourcing here. How many of you are local to Bangalore? Raise your hands. Sorry, local to Mysore. So keep your hands up. I'll ask you a next question. Put it down if the answer is no. How many of you think Mysore is developing to be an emerging hub for talent and knowledge? Wonderful. Thank you so much. You can put your hands down. One of the things that I hold very dear to, just like my fellow panelists, about Mysore is you can take, there's this saying, you can take somebody out of Mysore, but you can't take Mysore out of somebody. I belong to that kind of category. And there's a relationship, like my fellow panelists mentioned, with Mysore that will continue to bring us back to the city, and we wish the city develops into that. Some of the things that were mentioned, contrarian views. I'm going to answer your question with respect to the quality of the talent here. Moment we say in the engineering world that we live in, quality is something that is determined by the customer. If a customer says it's good, it's good. It is not. If it's not, if he or she says it's not. So from that aspect, if I'm looking at it from the perspective of the consumers of the talent that comes out of the city, right? There is quality, which is why companies from across the country come over to this place looking for great talent to take back to their institutes, groom them, develop them into next generation engineers and maybe entrepreneurs as well. In determining that, we have two additional aspects we would look to. Skills, how good are the skills of an individual, and what's the attitude of an individual when we look to recruit people into our organizations. The HR and TPOs, the TPOs of the many colleges that here have built a strong line of engineers to make it happen. So please give yourself a big round of applause for the talented individuals you bring out. And while you bring them out, you also have a good ecosystem here, which we have seen with multiple colleges that we visit, which engage with finishing schools and hone skills further and thereby bridge the gap. So while this is an ongoing evolution of engineering talent, the other aspect that I always see as difficulty for industry is we get the talent with the skill finished to the extent that we think at the college level they are good, but are they relevant skills that they are coming in with is a dilemma that we as industry deal with. And when you are determining those, some of the things we look for is it's not the skill alone, it's also the attitude. When you're looking for attitude, you can't beat a place like Mysore. People that come out of here are very level-headed and grounded. That's one thing we see. And like Prashant sir mentioned, their commitment to the company is such a high level. It makes us feel good to be coming here and looking for that kind of a attitude and talent. Now, both in terms of improving quality and in terms of the attitude that they bring in is very important for the industry, which Mysore innately provides. Whichever place they come from into Mysore, they become Mysorean. And that is what is helping Mysore develop the skills and thereby honing their talent, getting them industry ready. And I do feel continuing this kind of a trend and engaging with the industry more frequently and more in terms of relevant skills and relevant attitude towards being agile, being able to do things quickly and calmly is something we expect to grow and take Mysore to the next levels. If there is one mole, if I could say, in the face that I want to see better, is there has to be some kind of an ecosystem which starts kids in the direction where they can be industry ready day 1 than day 10 or day 20. So I look forward to Mysore getting there sooner, and with all the industry that is there in Mysore contributing to making that happen, I'm pretty sure it will happen pretty soon. Thank you for the question.
Hello? Hello? we need skills and attitude is a must. And along with that, ecosystem, if it helps, definitely we are there as an emerging hub of talent and knowledge is what you are trying to say. Thank you so much for your views. Yes, we have talent, we are producing it every year, but where is this talent finding the market? So how much of it is exporting outside of India or outside of this beautiful city? Is brain drain causing the talent crunch? I would like to hear from you, Ms. Rachita. Rachita is the lead talent acquisition for Akamai Technologies. Would like to hear more from you on those lines.
Yeah, thank you so much, and good evening to one and all present here and to the dignitaries on the stage. I think I'm the odd man out here, definitely, because I'm from Bangalore, but definitely I can relate to whatever you all say. Mysore is an emotion even for me. When I come here, I think every month I'm here either for something or the other. So I can relate to everybody who says Mysore is an emotion. So yeah, thank you. So firstly, I would just start by giving you an insight of the availability of engineering talent pool across India, and then we will dive down to Mysuru as such, right? We have around 5,000 plus engineering colleges across India, and in Karnataka, we have around 600 plus, and Mysuru, a renowned or known colleges, is around 20 plus. So if you dive down to that numbers, and we have around 500,000 engineering students who graduate year on year. If you see, the pool looks really, really big. But are we exporting the talent? I probably would come down to a little later to that question of yours, ma'am. But so when we see all this, we really feel that as a talent, we are really, really big. But when we dive down a little bit and we try to bake into numbers on the availability of the pool, yes, we still feel there is a lack of certain things that we need to really upskill ourselves. And whether it's university or the companies, there is a bridge that we need to really fill in. So yeah, we really feel that way, right? I think in terms of jobs or the market that you're talking about, we just do not have to see jobs only in terms of the IT sector. There are other various sectors that people can really explore. One is all your fintech companies, which are pretty much getting into startup phase. We also have edtech companies like your Coursera, your Unacademy, which is really kind of expanding in very, very large scale. We also have your healthcare companies or health tech companies like Healthify, which is pretty popular on Instagram these days, where people just need to fill in the details and you have everything that you need to do to keep yourself healthy. So these are certain other industries that people can also look for as a market, just not the IT industry or a product companies that look for. Now diving down to Mysuru in terms of the availability, right? We have around 15,000 graduates who really come out of Mysuru from known colleges. They still need to be exploring from Mysuru front as such. In that case, I think of the last 18 months, Mysuru has attracted companies like IBM, Accenture, HCG and HCL. And HCG is catering to one of the US leading travel companies, right? So it has kind of made its own space in the global market. So I think that is really, really good. So when you see market, yes, we have that. As an initiative, there is also something called as Beyond Bengaluru Initiative, if I'm right, where they see Mysore as being a base for around 120 plus startups, including all these industries. And the biggest industry that's kind of growing is your agro-tech industries. I think by 2024, they're anticipating around 90 lakh jobs to be set across different locations as such, and definitely Mysore is one amongst that. You also have a food research center here, so I think that definitely should be the case. Yeah, so on the brain drain question, I would definitely say, I think since 1980s, India has been in one of the top lists for brain drain. I think till 2005, 2006, that number still stays the same. But I think now, to the given generation, I don't feel we're really losing our talent to other countries. I think 1/3 of them, they still migrate, they still look for opportunities elsewhere. But with the innovations that's happening with us here in India and what we are trying to do, I don't think we have a brain drain situation. That looks really positive for us.
Thank you, Ms. Rachita, for those thoughts. I think Indians staying back in India is something wonderful, and India is definitely going to shine among top 5 or 10 countries in the world in the future. It's expected very soon. So that being the case, it's a very beautiful move from the people who are graduating. And my next question is to Mr. Achyuta. In spite of working towards industrial expectations, there are gaps in skills, because you're talking about skills and attitude, skills which are available versus what is needed in the industry. And it has paved way for many Finnish schools in the city. So how do you think, how to fill those gaps, and what does it go into making the ecosystem you're talking about? ನಮ್ಮೂರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ಜಾಣ ಅನ್ನೋ ಥಾಟ್ ಈಗಲೂ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಕೂಡ somewhere we have room for improvement. So what are your views on that?
Definitely. So there is a saying I go by, strong opinions lightly held. So some of my opinions are going to be strong, but I hold it lightly. I would request you to also do the same. We are talking of, in the initial talk, I talked about finishing schools and how the institutes are making the students industry ready. Definitely, I do feel industry readiness is an open question, not just for Mysore, but for talent pool across the world. Why is that? Technology as such is moving at such a rapid pace that what you study this year, 2 years down the line, may not be something that you would be applying. And like many of the dignitaries on stage before in the inaugural ceremony mentioned, there has to be a way in which you can kind of revive these activities consistently. To look at what gaps exist and how to fill them back, there are two ways we can do it. One way is present forward. You look at what's present, what's coming up next year, and go try to solve it. You generally get to doing incremental improvements when you do that. So let me walk through with an example. Today, we have about 700 districts in the country which are 5G enabled. 1 year down the line, it could be 1,500. So you would look at, oh, 5G connectivity will come, there will be so many more things that I can do. That's your present forward thinking, and you would look at business opportunities from that space. There is an alternate approach to look at what are the possibilities, which is future back thinking. So your future back thinking would be, what would we be in 10 years down the line? And then work backwards and say, what do I do? What do I have to do to be there in next 10 years by, say, next year? What should I be doing to be there next year now? So that's a thought process which works wonderfully well when you're looking at building talent hubs and opportunities for the industry. The same example of 5G that I took, if you go 10 years down the line, just visualize, stay with me for a minute. There is 5G connectivity established everywhere. Then you have IoT devices, sensors, which are applied everywhere in the industry, at homes, at colleges. Your attendances are automated, your production is automated, your vehicular movement is automated, your vehicles are themselves automated. When you live in that kind of a world, it's going to be a reality. Either you do it or somebody else will do it and you buy it. So if you think future back, you know that is the life I will be leading. What do I need to do to enable myself for that would be a good thought process to develop. So when you put a 5G, IoT, your generative AI and the derivatives of that applied to all industry domains, that's when you build a thinking capacity as to how you want to develop that ecosystem. So when you're building that ecosystem, generally, integration of multidisciplines will be the way forward. Integration of multiple disciplines translates to, in the common terminology that we use in the industry, it will translate to domain know-how. IT domain know-how is current. 10 years down the line, if you're looking at it, IT applied to life sciences, IT applied to industry automation, IT applied to agrotech, IT applied to skill development, IT applied, like you name an industry, IT applied there will happen. In that space, how do we build as schools and finishing schools, how do we build that domain-specific expertise and apply IT skills to it. Whether we like it or not, if you are not IT skilled, it is as good as you are an illiterate going forward. So I'm assuming IT skill is a given. People may learn C language, C++ in their school going forward. So when you're doing that, you build these domain-specific know-how and develop interdisciplinary skills where you can apply IT into. That kind of an ecosystem is what enables things. You pick an area, develop it into a knowledge hub, or spread it across into multiple polarities. I was talking to Basuraj sir before, during that. He mentioned some beautiful things about how to go about doing it. In the interest of time, I'll not go into details of that. Specifically, domain knowledge, applying IT into it, and industry-specific know-how that the institutes can imbibe to the students as part of their curriculum. Take case studies, make it happen, would be a way to build an ecosystem that is a learning, experiential learning organization. You cannot learn without experience. You can talk theory. There is always one thing that I tell my staff, which is you should maintain a healthy do-say ratio. In your do-say ratio, do should be more than say. So have a healthy do-say ratio. At the same time, don't be dissatisfied about the current in an unhealthy way. Always have a healthy dissatisfaction about the current. If you have an unhealthy dissatisfaction, you think, oh, there's nothing can be done. Why don't we just buy it from somewhere? All those thoughts creep in. Have a healthy dissatisfaction, you look to progress. And when you're looking to progress, maintaining a good do-say ratio and doing it would, I think, encompass the full ecosystem wherein people can have a healthy development, at the same time be much more meaningfully contributing to the society at large. After all, any technology, any solution that any industry builds is for the betterment of humanity. That is the bottom line. So we need to work towards that, and building such an ecosystem in such a beautiful place like Mysore would be my dream. And I would love to retire into Mysore and come and make it happen in my small ways. So, thank you.
That's wonderful, sir. Having an unhealthy dissatisfaction is going to be the mother of all necessities, is why. Healthy dissatisfaction. Oh, sorry. Unhealthy satisfaction, healthy dissatisfaction. So healthy dissatisfaction is what he calls. I think that's a wonderful thought. Being unhappy doesn't take you anywhere. So taking this discussion forward, my next question is to Mr. Prashant. So we have talent available, and sir has explained how we can groom talent also by imbibing or making it part of the institutions itself. How to attract, how to retain, and how to empower the talent which when it is acquired. So what are your views and thoughts, because you have strategies for that in your organization?
One of the perspectives I can think about is, you said attract, retain, empower talent, okay. They stay back, okay. Yeah. So this staying back from multiple perspectives, I reflect upon what Dr. Basuraj said a while ago. There are these new age universities that are coming up in the other cities. Like Pune, he took the example, Flame as the university, right? Fantastic courses, very contemporary, relevant. We call them new age universities. And we are not able to retain our students post-secondary in Mysore because of the lack of such universities, one of the things, right? Because there are no such courses available, one. Of course, there's a debate which we all always can have about what does it take for I would want to use the word old, for an established university to reimagine themselves as a new age university. What does it take? It's of course, end of the day, it's only people in the university who should think differently and imbibe those new age thinking. Otherwise, there isn't anything. It's not about the fancy buildings. It's not about the infrastructure per se. It's about the mindset of the people in the universities, right? So it's possible. So the universities in Mysore, which are not the new age universities, can bring in the new age thinking. And that is what would happen, I would suppose. That would include bringing in newer kinds of courses, which are more contemporary, required for the kind of, the world that we live in, including the polity, kind of courses and all of that possible, right? So that is one thing that should happen. We do not lose students, good students, better students after their secondary into other cities so that you retain in Mysore, right? Then of course about after they graduate, how do we retain them? I described earlier, and now what can we be doing about retaining them in Mysore? One of course, as part of their tertiary education, particularly if they are into professional courses and all of that, I think there is a little more the engineering colleges potentially can do from the perspective of Mysore being the city which we are all interested in. What I'm trying to say here is this. One, in order to retain them, can we open them up to the opportunities available in Mysore, right? Are they aware of the opportunities available in Mysore? I'm not sure whether our students in engineering colleges particularly are aware that there are opportunities from multiple organizations, multiple companies in Mysore. And it's a continuum. For instance, right now, I don't know if I can mention that, but for the discussion I'm telling you this, there are 52 open positions in ExcelSoft for people with 5 to 8 to 10 years experience. And there are always openings for freshers as well. This is a continuum. There is always a requirement. But are the engineering college students who are graduating or somebody who would have probably stepped out or maybe in Mysore working somewhere, are they aware that such opportunities are available? If we are making them aware, can colleges work with the industry closely? Can the institution work with the industry closely? Identify what are all those opportunities available so that, and feed back to the student ecosystem. Tell them that it's not only about other cities like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, Noida, which are offering you the jobs, but also Mysore has these jobs available, right? And then also build that kind of a mindset in them that being in Mysore and doing something for Mysore is credible. You should be proud of yourself if you do that. Our mindset yak belasak agadilla anta. Because after graduation, what? Most of the students will not think about Mysore, they will think about any other city. Adanna hogaladsod hege. How can we get that out of the students? I think that is something which the institutions can work. Similarly, the industry also, right? So when you are looking for talent, I think the first port of call should be the colleges in Mysore. First port of call, colleges in Mysore. Without looking at and exhausting the talent available in Mysore, I won't go to any other city. Can we make a resolve like that? For the sake of Mysore, can both the industry and the institution make a resolve that we will work together and make sure the talent gets into Mysore industries for sure before we exhaust the jobs in Mysore and they move out. Similarly, industry says we'll exhaust all the talent available in Mysore institutions before we go out of Mysore. I think we can retain the talent. Then one last thing I want to talk about is how can we attract talent, right? Same again, the institutions can play a role here. Typically institutions, of course, rightfully so, are concerned about the students who are with you right now, right? Who are with you right now. You go all out and do everything possible to give them the kind of internships possible and get them the placement, for which you will move heaven and earth to bring companies to your college and get them the kind of placements that they deserve, right? What about the alumni? Those who have left your portals and gone out, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years down the line, they are Mysoreans. Mysore in a ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮಿಡಿತ ಇದೆ. ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. Once a Mysorean, always a Mysorean, right? So why don't we attract them? Of course, that won't probably give you any brownie points from the NAC accreditation or anything from that point of view, I agree. But then, for the sake of Mysore, can the institutions think about reaching out to all the alumni and telling, okay, Mysore is a happening place, Baba. Look at Mysore. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ESDM ಕ್ಲಸ್ಟರ್ಗಳು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗಳು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. Some of the big names are establishing their largest ever campus in Mysore. All of these are happening in Mysore. Do consider Mysore and the institutions ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಬಾರ್ದು? We should, I think, right? So get them or send out that message that Mysore is a happening place for your city, Mysore. Why don't you consider coming back? When the senior guys come back, that will add to the talent, being a talent hub, right? And it will also add to the concept of the knowledge hub. They acquired all the kind of wealth of knowledge elsewhere, they bring it into Mysore, right? Like how the retired people, the wealth of knowledge are here, the working, 5 years, 10 years experienced people also coming into Mysore will add a lot of value. That is, I think, something that we should do in order to attract talent. And empowering talent, of course, empowering talent, my opinion, should happen, a lot of it should happen in the schools. Colleges kinta munche schools, and the schools should really do a lot more than what we are doing today. I think internships are happening while they are in schools today, right? So we are doing internships in Excel software. There are 14 other companies they go into. So I think that gives them a fantastic perspective of what's possible. And then from then on, they will start thinking about a career. And when they get into the colleges, if the modified or transformed TPO or the Training and Placement Organization, now generally called Career Development Organization or Career Guidance Organization, if you help them find out what is exactly their calling, help them identify for themselves what is their calling, then they will be successful and they will be able to successfully identify a rightful opportunity in Mysore, and definitely they will feel empowered. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those wonderful thoughts. So, academicians, you have a challenge now, how to bring back your alumni back to the city of Mysore. For the benefit of academicians who are present in this discussion, my next question is to you, Ms. Rachita. Could you please briefly tell us what is that you look for when you are acquiring talent? What are the life skills in terms of soft skills you look up to in candidates?
Okay, I think this question has been evolving, and also the way we are interviewing candidates are also kind of evolved. Initially, when interviews used to happen, we used to ask, what do you see yourself in 5 years and all of that. But now it's all very irrelevant. You really cannot ask them these questions. I think the more casual you are with the students over the candidates, I think that's the best that you can get out of them. The future is so robust that, every day we might live in a world like, every day there's a new technology that comes in and students are getting upskilled to that. I'll just conclude in 2 minutes because I'm keeping time in mind. There are very few aspects that we really see, especially fresher, because I'm from the emerging talent space and I have the opportunity to meet students who are from the Gen Z, and I definitely don't belong in this generation, so yeah, they are called as Gen Zs. So the first thing that we really see is how self-assured they are when they come in for an interview, right? The way they sit and present with confidence, whether it's right or wrong, but they need to have that confidence to say, this is what I want, and are you able to offer that to me? So that sort of self-assurance and that sort of confidence is what we look at. Not everybody would have that, but still the way they come, sit and present themselves, being calm and composed, definitely, as Sir said, is one of the key factors that plays a role. The other thing that we definitely look at is industry knowledge, which a lot of students lack these days. They come in, of course, for the job that they want to have, but there is a lack in terms where they don't have an understanding of what is industry really into. I just don't say for the IT or services or any industry, the basic of what is the industry doing today, how well has it grown, knowing about the company. People just come and say, I've come for, I know your company has so much of revenue, this is what it is. But a little bit of study, a little bit of knowledge on what the company does really helps. I think that's a little factors that keeps them a little edge on the other students that get interviewed also. The other thing is, most of these technical roles right now that exist are just not technical roles. They also have a little bit of functional knowledge that they need. So it's more like a techno-functional role that comes into place. So they need to come with some business terms. So they should have that term knowledge to say. If somebody is able to give some specifications, they should be able to translate into the technical knowledge. So that sort of techno-functional experience is needed, and I think universities need to train them on that. I think that's a very key edge that students can get shortlisted from, or anybody can look for. The last thing, the key differentiating factor is how well they can justify coming into that role. Am I really in with the passion for it? And second thing is the culture fitment. Of course, the definition of culture fitment has evolved over time. Now when we say culture fitment, it's more of growth mindset. Are they willing to upskill themselves? Are they up for challenges? Or they just want to be in a safe space, getting a job and doing it. So these are very few key aspects that kinds of differentiate among the 100 to the 10 that get selected. So yeah.
So beautifully put across. One is techno-functional knowledge, the other is passion, and having clarity on how to justify the role they take up, plus having a growth mindset. These are the most differentiating factors when they arrive in an interview. So in any organization today, keeping the new industrial... Yes,
I just want to add something, right? When somebody is coming for a role, we really don't look for somebody who's really 100% fit for the role, because that trend has changed over a period. We don't look for that. What we see is, are they really trainable to come in and take that challenge with us, right? It's like a journey with them.
Adaptable is what?
Adaptable, basically. So if they're ready for it, we are ready for it.
Yeah. So, are you adaptable? Are you ready to go through the metamorphosis, from a caterpillar to a butterfly is what you expect. So from the students, very well put across. Thank you so much. Yes, diversity is the key, is the strength of any organization. Sir, my question to Dr. Basaju is, sir, should we spend more time on grooming the fresh talent or hiring the experienced resources? So what is your take on this? Keeping the industry in mind, corporate in mind, because they, at the end of the day, they look for their top line, bottom line and all that. Yeah.
Okay. True. Had experience was the criteria in my organization, I wouldn't have been here today. Had experience been the criteria for G20 Secretariat to select their national coordinators, I wouldn't have been there actually. I was the youngest national coordinator because apart from me, all the other coordinators are above 50 actually. So I don't believe in experience personally, but that doesn't mean that that is completely practical. And ನನಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಬೇಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜ್ಞಾಪಕ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರೊಂದು ಮಾತು ಅವ್ರೊಂದು ಕಗ್ಗದ ಸಾರಿ DPG ಅವರ ಕಗ್ಗ ಬೇಂದ್ರೆರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಹೊಸ ಬೇರು ಹೊಸ ಚಿಗುರು ಹಳೆ ಬೇರು ಕೂಡಿರಲು ಮರ ಸೊಬಗು, ಹೊಸ ಯುಕ್ತಿ ಹಳೆ ತತ್ವ ಕೂಡಿರಲೇ ಧರ್ಮ, ಋಷಿವಾಕ್ಯದೊಡೆ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮೇಳೈಸೆ ಜಸವು ಜಗಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ. Philosophically, as already said, it has to be in tandem, it has to be in correlation, it has to be in cohesion. So experience and the freshness has to go hand in hand, number one. Practically also, whether it is possible to always keep fresh talents or experienced talents in an organization, I don't think so. If you have more and more seasoned and experienced people in the organization, I think the first person who suffers is HR. Tell as an HR fraternity, you want only experienced people in all the verticals, all the vertical heads and all different verticals to be experienced. It has to be a combination. Second thing is, there is in an organization there is always a niche jobs or functions. There are repetitive and new functions. There are certain niche roles, functions that has to be done with an experience. But new functions and repetitive tasks, if you ask experienced person to do a repetitive job, a monotonous, mundane, day-to-day job, he'll not be probably happy doing that again and again. But a fresher might do it for 2-3 years as he is going to be experienced. That is one. Second thing is actually I wanted to keep it brief. Okay, in democracy I'll go with people. Of course my moderator is my boss, but the 2 ನಿಮಿಷ extra ಸಿಗ್ಬೋದಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ? People's mandate here, Margina. Okay. Okay. No, I'm not a politician. I was a democracy group coordinator. Okay. Second thing is diversity ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ನೀವು. I would rather thrust upon inclusion. When you ensure inclusion, diversity automatically happens. In the spirit to be diversified, I'm seeing in many industries these days actually wanted to be more diversified. Somewhere we are ignoring inclusion, and I mean local talent. And this is not the frustration or angry thing which I am expressing. I am talking behalf of one of the youth in Tandavpura industrial area. ನಾನು ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಡ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ I had an opportunity to write a policy for the state. So when I believe in grassroots consultation, not only in industry consultation, etc. So when I did a focus group discussion amongst youth of Dodbalapura, amongst youth of Tandavpura, etc., there is a strong undercurrent frustration and angry against the industry. I don't know how you deal that with. It is left to all the HR managers. I am just throwing this for the debate and discussion. See, when you want to diversify or want to avoid local conflict, the diversity issue, the HR issue should not give room to IR issue. So that is something is happening. While I say that, of course, diversity is something key. Third, the issue of this experience and freshness will not be there when you thrust upon apprenticeship, which is unfortunately in the country, if you look at the statistics, we are not giving enough thrust to apprenticeship and apprenticeship beyond manufacturing sector. There is only schemes and programs for the apprenticeship in the manufacturing sector, not to the tertiary and academic sector. And this policy, at least I am strongly recommending to expand apprenticeship to service sector, social sector and academia also. Why not an apprenticeship should be provided in this sector. And third is, I think we need to somewhere thrust upon human and social capital development. And of course, as a principle and practice, in the HR activity, in the CSR activity also we do. Because many of you would be overseeing the CSR engagements in your respective company. So you can use CSR, keeping human and social capital development principles as a potential solution to both groom and create talent, as well as make an ecosystem for your company. How to do that? Probably you can consult me later for that actually. And more importantly, Prashant sir ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂಚೂರು Mysore as a talent hub when we create, whether we can create? Probably yes. Mysore as a talent hub for Mysoreans? I don't think so it is possible, sir, because of two reasons. Again, ಶಿವರುದ್ರಪ್ಪನವರು ಹೇಳ್ದಾಗೆ ಇರುವುದೆಲ್ಲವ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇರದುದೆರರಿಗೆ ದುಡಿಯುವುದೇ ಜೀವನ ಅಂತ. Mysore ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ Bangalore is an aspiration. Bangalore ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ Mumbai is an aspiration. Mumbai ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ Massachusetts could be an aspiration. ಒಂದು aspirational issues ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಒಂದು. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ನಾವೊಂದು ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿ, wherein I was surprised. First time it's a learning for me. Then I started believing in research also. We asked why you migrate to Bangalore from North Karnataka. You know one of the major reason what they said? ಮದುವೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. See, if you are there locally, you will not get a ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಸಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನೀನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂಚೂರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. See, then how do you solve this issue with talent? Okay, it's beyond talent and grooming talent. There are a lot of psychosocial issues in these things. But our aspiration as an industry, our aspiration to be creating Mysore as a talent hub. Let people across including Mysoreans, come and get the benefit of this talent. And third and lastly, I think along with other things, the 21st century skill is something we all need to think very critically. That is very important. I think academia, where if you ask me where they need to thrust upon, industries where you need to give more focus is 21st century skills. I think it is not too late. We need to pick it up very fast, because I wrote a state of the sector report of 21st century skill in India recently. It is available on both UNICEF and GRAM website, you can see. We are nowhere. There is no model from my city to showcase it and to uphold to the country or globe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Inclusion is the key, and ಹೊಸ ಹಳೆ ಬೇರು ಹೊಸ ಚಿಗುರು ಇದ್ರೇನೆ ಸೊಬಗು. So ಹಾಗಾಗಿ of course aspirations are there. People aspire to reach the moon, stars, but can they come back again, back here to recreate the society we all wish and dream for? So is what the thoughts he leaves behind. Wonderfully, wonderfully taken forward. Thank you so much, all the panelists. Now the discussion is open for all of you to ask questions, if there are any, please. You can.
Hello? Yeah. If the academics have to be linked with the industry, I think even the teaching fraternity has to be trained first. I don't know how aptly I could put up this question. Okay. I would just like to bring in NEP policy. Okay. It is in India, I think some of the states, universities have accepted and it has been implemented. I don't know how structurally it is being done or systematically it is carried away. One thing. Second thing is, NEP has a good, enormous amount of opportunity to give to the students in every field. But they did not train the teachers. There is no point in training the teachers. How teachers have to inculcate the knowledge or the skills or impart to the youth is considered. My third is, okay, they have opened up to the industry, expert or expertise is considered. NEP says that industry people can come into academics. But where will the academic people go? In fact, I am ready to compete with the industry expertise are considered. But does the management keep me?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This is my question.
You rightly pointed out. I think there is, I don't think there is a training or knowledge required, but it's an attitude required amongst the teacher community, the academicians, to be more industry, ready or industry, with the industry actually. I think this has been one of the most debated and discussed issue when we were writing policy also. What Achyut sir said, the skill, what it is required, and skill what it is needed in demand or available. I think there is always going to be a gap. You can't bridge that unless and until these two agencies come together and work together. And thanks to HR and TPO forum today, like doing this kind of an activity, wherein if we don't do skilling in the industry, they don't give education in the industries and organizations, the skill gap will always be there. Knowledge will be bridging, but skill gap will be there. Second point, to answer about the NEP observation, I don't completely agree with you, because the thrust in this national education policy is more towards creating teachers' excellence, building teachers' excellence. There is a national agency exclusively being created for this. Second thing is the early childhood education. There is no faculties and teaching fraternity available. That has been the thrust. And teaching quality building has been the continuous thrust in the NEP, at least as I have understood. So I think, but unfortunately, in Karnataka we are debating whether we should go with NEP or not, but it is there in different states now. It is being done actually. There is a thrust. Yeah, thank you.
One last question, please. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, could you please keep the question brief? Because the next session is, we are taking time from the next session.
Good evening to all. There's always the debate, there's a big gap between the industry and academia. That exists and it's going on. But AICT came out with a very initiative saying that you can have professors of practice. We announced it in papers. We could not even get one professor of practice from the industry who can come and stay with academia for 6 months and then help us to near the industry. How do we fill that gap?
Okay, I'll take it, and Prashant sir is much more expert in this space. From how do we bring industry to academia for a longer tenure was the question, right? Yeah, it's a real challenge. How do we bring our own people get out into the world to give back to the institutes is a challenge. I can speak for my company and some of my interactions with my fellow colleagues from other industry. What I have seen is there is a little bit of a reluctance to do that, particularly if they have to get out of home and things like that. No businesses at this point in time offer time off to go do something to give back to the institutes and such to develop the next in talent. What I see is there is awareness being built. People want to give back because earlier it was a question of am I meeting my basic necessities? Now organizations have matured over the 20 plus years of being in the country, developing, evolving as an organization. There is sprouts that I see. For example, in my organization, we allow for 60 hours of time for an individual to go back and contribute in any voluntary capacity, which could include training at an institute. That's a 60 hour for the year that they can dedicate in whichever chunks they want to. Similarly, I see it in some other industries also giving away time to people, but are they putting to develop next generation talent, or are they going and doing something else in terms of building awareness about IT industry as such? That needs to be honed. You rightly pointed out, we need to build something around it. Some initial steps, I see many industry people doing FDPs, faculty development programs and such, which are not bound to like a long-term 6-month tenure, but over weekend, this expressway has helped a lot, particularly for my company, where people can drive down in an hour and a half to Mysore, do a full day workshop and get back home for dinner. So I see that kind of a thing evolving over time. It's a revolutionary idea to pull people out for 6 months from the industry and put them in academia. But I think if we do something like a much less invasive activity, like get them over a weekend, do a full day workshop, 2-day workshop kind of a thing, that's doable. That's a sprout I see. And as more and more people start believing in, I need to contribute to develop next generation talent, organizations will change their policies to make it happen. So that's my hope.
Ma'am, you can get in touch with Mr. Achyut. I'm sure he would be loving to come back to you and, help you with the question you're asked for. With that, we have come to the end of... Yes, sir, you wanted to say something.
No, I just wanted to mention about it.
Last few words from you.
About that question or generally? Generally, okay. Right. Yeah, wonderful discussions. Of course, just a concluding remarks. Okay. One last thing that I wanted to talk about, 2 last things rather, very quickly. One is we are talking about skills, knowledge, aptitude and all of that. In my opinion, there are skills and knowledge that you acquire for a living. Another set of skills and knowledge that you have to acquire is to continue living. when I mean continue living, as mankind, for us to continue living on this planet Earth, we will have to imbibe certain skills, that we should love this planet and protect this planet. I think that is something that is not inadequately done across board. It's not about any particular organization I'm talking about. Inadequate. We don't care our planet as much as we should be. I think that is something that I wanted to talk about. And one last thing about Mysore, again, going back. The question was in Bangalore, in the Bangalore Tech Summit, there was a program around unboxing Bangalore. Unboxing Bengaluru. And then somebody, a friend of mine was, in a lighter vein saying, Mysore Kesalli, we should first box Mysuru. Very, very good point, Anastu, because we want to box Mysuru, keep the charm of Mysuru intact before any development happens. And more about this, the veteran is there, the stalwart there sitting in the back, Mr. Sudhir. He will speak more about how to box Bengaluru and keep the charm of Mysuru intact and do all the development beyond. Thank you.
It's time we box and we keep it safe from all unwanted, unnecessary growth, cancerous growth somebody was mentioning previously. So we have to protect our city. With that, we have come to this wonderful discussion. My heartfelt thanks to Mr. Prashant, Dr. Basuraju, Ms. Rachita, and Mr. Achyut for having come and spent time with all of us. And thank you so much. Look forward to be in touch with all of you and look forward to see a beautiful city unveil itself by keeping hold of its grace, heritage, yet be the emerging hub of talent and knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. So, ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ for this beautiful panel discussion. I know Saturday evening, holding Friday, sorry, yeah. Friday. Anyway, now more or less, Friday is like Saturday only. Okay.
After 6 Fridays.
Yes, yes. So holding participants, before breaking for dinner, that too being, Friday night, Friday evening, it's very challenging. So they have done a great job. So please give them one more round of applause. Yes, definitely Mysore will emerge as, the next talent, knowledge, IT hub. You call it whatever, you want, but definitely, it's beyond Bangalore now. And by default, Mysore will emerge. But at what cost? At whose cost? So, sir, ಹೇಳಿದ ರೀತಿ, we have to preserve, our heritage, preserve our culture. And already we have started experiencing, during the time of Dasra, the amount of traffic congestion which is happening. Most of the Mysoreans are not at all interested in getting out of the houses during weekends, because the whole city center, you can't move around. We have to, now being a Mysorean, now Mysore road agta illa. We have to take the ring road, to commute. So yes, we have to, develop, it should be a systematic development, a planned development. So with that note, let's conclude this panel discussion. So thank you very much, all the eminent panel speakers for joining us. First and foremost, I would like to thank Prashant sir for joining us. Please give a big round of applause to Prashant sir. I request Dr. Rohini, Principal of NI College, to hand over a small memento to Mr. Prashant HM and thank him on behalf of all of us. ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ಯಾ ಯಾ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅರ್ಜುನನಿಗೆ ಶ್ರದ್ಧಾಂಜಲಿ ಅಂತಂತ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಅರ್ಜುನನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ಸೊ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲಾಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ರಿಮೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಸ್ ಅರ್ಜುನ. Next, I would like to thank Dr. Basvaraju. Please give a big round of applause to Dr. Basvaraju. Because he is the most busy man. ಅವರು ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಷ್ಟು ಬ್ಯುಸಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಈ ತರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಿಂಗ್. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಅಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ವೇರಿಯಸ್ ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ. Okay, so I request our beloved Harry sir to hand over a small memento to Dr. Basavaraj and formally thank him on behalf of all of us. The moment I said Harris, the DJ started playing, a different music. I don't know what is the reason. No, he got to know that he is the most flamboyant HR of Mysore. Okay, next I would like to thank Ms. Rachita Mahadev for accepting our invitation and being a part of this panel discussion and coming all the way from Bangalore. So big round of applause to Ms. Rachita. And I request we have a special delegate, his name is Totre Niham Kasar, Director, D-Sphere Research Center. Sir, please, thanks a lot for joining us, and we request you to hand over a small memento to Ms. Rachita Mahadev and formally thank her. I think we should give a big round of applause to Achyutan sir. Please, big round of applause, because last year he encouraged us, being part of this particular HR and TPO Conclave. So for the first time we proposed him this. So he believed us. He believed us, and he came all the way from Bangalore. And even for this TPO Conclave, when we reached out to him, he gracefully accepted. He said, coming to Mysore is something I love, and thanks a lot for all that love, sir. And a big round of applause once again to Mr. Achyutan. And I request Hemanandish madam to hand over a small memento to Mr. Achyutan and formally thank him on behalf of all of us. So when we were conceptualizing this whole panel discussion, and when we concluded on the panel members, so when we looked at it, it was looking very strong, all heavyweights, Prashant sir, Basuraja sir, Rachita Mahadev and Achyutan sir. So we wanted someone very strong, a strong moderator, equally strong, to all the members. So, please give a big round of applause to Hemlata, yes. She's been a great support to EDIN and as well as Mysore HR Forum and whatever initiatives, we do. And again and again, often we tell that she is one of the pillar of EDIN. So, Matome Jorada Chapale. She beautifully moderated the whole session, and that's the reason why we made you to sit in the center, because it's a perfect picture, correct? Yes, okay. So Mattama Jorada Chapale, and I request Geeta madam to come forward and hand over a small memento to Miss Hemalata and thank her on behalf of all of us. Okay, thank you. Thank you all the panel speakers, and thanks to the moderator. So next we are moving on to one of the rare event which is happening in Mysore. I don't know whether it has happened in Mysore, we don't know. We are trying to do something different. It's called as fireside chat. So how many of you are aware of the concept called fireside chat? Please raise your hand. Fireside chat? Okay, there is one person who knows about it. Okay, see, fireside chat is the next version of panel discussion. People are now bored with panel discussion. Now people want the discussion to be more candid, right? More candid and more informal. So I request the organizers to please arrange the dais for the fireside chat, please. Okay. Okay, so now it's time to witness the first fireside chat of Mysore HR Forum and EDIN. And to do that, we have speakers and resource experts from across industries and academics. So now I request Janvi Yen to host this particular fireside chat. Yeah, over to Janvi.
Mr. Sudhir Shankar, please.
A dynamic individual with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a natural inclination towards innovation. Sudhir is a legal professional with expertise in various legal fields like IPR, arbitration, corporate strategic consulting, and hands-on experience in business decision-making. He continues to serve his family's legal consulting firm to cater to the requirements of corporate clients in the region. As a cluster head for the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, KDM, Sudhir is leading the charge to develop a conducive environment and ecosystem for the future of Mysore. He collaborates with the government, industry, and academia to provide a soft landing for new ventures and attract new investments to the region. He is also co-founder of the Bherunda Innovation and Entrepreneurship Foundation and Cyberverse Foundation, both of which are not-for-profit organizations led by Sri Yaduvir Shrikantadatta Chamrajavadiyar, the head of royal family of Mysore. Sudhir shares a common vision to make Mysore a cybersecurity hub and focuses on creating an ecosystem for establishing cybersecurity industries in the city. Sudhir is also a strong advocate for wildlife conservation and runs a non-governmental organization called Voice for Wildlife Trust. He has been instrumental in securing critical elephant corridors in Karnataka and has developed model strategy to mitigate lantana weed from destroying the natural habitat. On behalf of the Mysore HR Forum, Eden Bridge Foundation and Karnataka TPO Forum, a warm welcome to Mr. Sudhir K.S.
I request Mr. Sudhir Shankar to come on the dais. I request Prabodh BB from MITT to hand over a bouquet and formally welcome Mr. Sudhir Shankar. we have Mr. Karthik Krishnamurthy, Lead Campus Recruitment TCS Bangalore, who is our second chatter. Can we have the AV intro of Karthik?
Mr. Karthik is working as Lead Campus Recruitment, Karnataka for Tata Consultancy Services. Karthik completed his bachelor's degree in Electrical and Electronics Engineering from Savitha Engineering College, Chennai, and master's in HRM from DG Vaishnav College, Chennai. He is a motivated and proactive professional with 10 plus years of experience in HR business partnering, talent acquisition, and talent management. Karthik previously worked for Ashok Leyland before stepping into Tata Consultancy Services. On behalf of the Mysore HR Forum, Edinbridge Foundation, and Karnataka TPO Forum, a warm welcome to Mr. Karthik Krishnamurthy.
I request Mr. Karthik to come on the dais. I request Ravi Chandra from VVCE to hand over a bouquet and formally welcome. We have Mr. Aris, HR Advisor, Excelsoft Technology, Mysore, who is our moderator for this chat. Can we have the AV intro, please?
Mr. Haris Adived, DTM. Mr. Haris Adived has over 25 years of experience in human resource, L&D, and strategic management functions for large and medium software, ITES, and e-governance industries. He is an expert in integrating HR functions into overall business strategies and has a proven track record in building strong teams. Currently, he is associated with Excelsoft Technologies as an HR advisor. On a personal note, he is the author of a critically acclaimed and best-selling book, Stars Shine Only in the Darkness, which is a collection of inspirational stories of ordinary events leaving an extraordinary impact. He has held various senior leadership roles as a manager, head and vice president of HR and OD functions with leading technology companies like SPI, Softvision Cognizant, Comat Technologies, PCs, Patni Computers, V Technologies, Transcom and Sunria. Haris enjoys consulting startups, public speaking, blogging, reviewing books, and teaching as a visiting faculty for management institutes. As an ardent Toastmaster, he served as area and division governor and has also mentored SDM IMD, Infosys and L&T clubs aspiring professionals in communication, learning, and public speaking domains. A recipient of the prestigious award Distinguished Toastmaster, DTM, which is the highest award Toastmasters International, USA offers for the communication and leadership category. He is the first DTM from the Mysore region. Haris is an Academy Board and adjunct professor at VTU, Belgaum, VTU MBA Mysore and VVC MBA Mysore. Also mentors Eden Synergy Global, a non-profit HR and social welfare organization. Member of TI Mysore, CII HR panel and HRD member. Haris is an MBA with HR specialization along with MSc in Applied Geology from the University of Mysore. On behalf of Mysore HR Forum, Edinbridge Foundation, and Karnataka TPO Forum, a warm welcome to Mr. Haris A.W.
I request Ms. Aris to come on the dais. I request Nivedita HR from Kangaroo Cave to hand over a bouquet and formally welcome Mr. Aris. Over to you, Mr. Harris.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Gautam, where is the fire? I don't see it here. Don't worry, we will see if we can set the stage on fire. So, yeah. So this is the problem, since you all know that we are the best and the interesting, I know the reason why you have kept it at the last, but don't worry, we'll not be causing any inconvenience between you and the products that Gautam promotes, which will be waiting for you for sure, for all of you to consume after this fire chat. I'm sure this is going to add a lot of spices when you are going to go there. Thank you very much for having me. It's wonderful to have you, Sudhir and Karthik. I'm Harris. I'm representing ExcelSoft HR team, one of the core members of Edin team, as you already know. Sudhanwa did mention, when he was a CEO, chairman, we did so much. I was just budding HR. I used to work for a healthcare startup at that time in the year 2000. I still remember how Sudhanwa sir tried to bring President of India, Abdul Kalam, for very first Mysore's IT.com. So the story started from there. From there, I guess we have come a long way. Digital, economy is what we are talking now. I think the proliferation, the widespread usage of smartphones, availability of super speed internet, and the government initiatives like Digital India and the KDM has transformed the journey. I think rather I can call it evolution. It may not be wrong even to call it a revolution. It's a revolutionized the whole thing. Just to give an insight, finance tech, fintech, has revolutionized the way you transact money, the way you do the banking. The whole perspective has changed. To give an example, edtech companies, their platforms have transformed the way the education, it has changed the overall ecosystem. Everybody can get educated whenever they want. I think that is where we stand now, be it banking, be it any of the things, the way things have evolved. I think we don't know what's there in for future, and that's why I have two experts here who are going to tell us how the exciting digital economy at Mysore looks like. Adding to this, exciting time because we never heard the kind of startups in Mysore, though we spoke about it for 15-20 years, right from the day one we had this IT.com. But now from last 1 or 2 years, it's so nice to see so many people want to actually start their own organization. From here, I would like to ask a question. I don't call it a question because it's a fire chat where we're going to have a candid discussion. Sudhir, you represent the government of Karnataka. You bridge between industry. You go beyond Bangalore initiative, where you imitate the initiative, right? So I would like to know what you have in store for a city like Mysore.
Yeah, thanks, Harris. Just to set the context on Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, KDM is a Section 8 not-for-profit company set up by the government of Karnataka, mainly to facilitate the investments in destinations beyond Bengaluru and act as an intermediary between the rule-bound government and the dynamic industry. This is a second such experiment in the world. The first such experiment is Invest Singapore. So there is not an organization like KDM that exists in the world apart from Singapore. So this is one of the best experiments that the government of Karnataka has done. And the way the organization is structured is that we are led by the industry.
There is no bureaucrat, there is no IAS, there is no Babugiri, there is no minister leading or defining how this has to be run. So the whole initiative is by the industry, for the industry, funded by the government. So as an organization, we work day in and day out with industry leaders in digital economy sector, where we are understanding your problem as if we are you. So we are, it's not that, we make a rule, you make a recommendation, we'll give some subsidy, there is some land, you figure it out. No. So first is that we are working in real time with the real pulse of the industry and understanding how and what we need to do right. So as a part of this strategy, Government of Karnataka has set a very aggressive goal on increasing the digital economy component of its GDP from current 28% to 40% by 2030. Which means of every 1 rupee earned in Karnataka, 40 paisa will come from digital economy. Now this cannot be achieved with Bangalore alone. Bangalore is a major contributor. Maybe about 80% is coming from Bangalore, only 20% is coming from beyond Bangalore. So that is where the Beyond Bangalore initiative comes. Now to promote Beyond Bangalore initiative, what government has said is, if you are coming to Bangalore, don't expect any subsidy. Don't expect any incentive. We are not going to give you a single rupee of SOPs. And as a strategy, all the investments that are coming to Karnataka, to Bangalore are directed towards Beyond Bangalore destination. And what best a destination which is 80 kilometers away from Bangalore. So in terms of money value, what are we looking at? I would say we are looking at anywhere between 1,000 plus crores every year over year, coming in as investment opportunity towards Mysore. And the focus that we are doing, unlike Bangalore, what we are doing is we are creating a flavor for every destination. So Mysore is cybersecurity, electronics manufacturing and metaverse technologies as a complete ecosystem. We don't want to do bits and pieces. So we want to completely stitch the story for these three industries in such a way that the whole value chain is integrated in Mysore. Anybody who wants to think cybersecurity, he comes to Mysore, he gets everything that a cybersecurity industry requires in Mysore. Anybody who is thinking of manufacturing electronics in India would come to Mysore so that he gets everything that is required for the industry in Mysore. Same thing applies to metaverse. Metaverse, in fact, we are ahead of a curve by 1.5 or 2 years. The world is not in the speed in which we are working. And I will openly challenge this. I am not just, making a statement. We are ahead of the curve by at least 1.5 years in metaverse technologies. So we are creating the base. So this is how the whole ecosystem of Mysore is getting shaped. And these are the things that are coming to us.
So didn't I tell you that, Sudhir is going to set the stage on fire? I think we are at the right place. Hold on, guys. Tell me, when was it last time you heard someone say, without fear, that, this industry is growing without babugiri, without bureaucracy? It's we and it's industry. Have you ever heard such kind of a statement on a stage like this? I think this itself calls a thing, where we are actually at the trajectory of a growth and nobody is going to stop. And majority of times, industry not come here to Mysore because of infrastructure issue, because of issues related to political or whatever that you call about. But I think that's not going to be a limit anymore. Looking at this exciting statement, don't you think a place like Mysore, in Bangalore, I think it's already choked and industries are not going to get any incentives, as you heard a while ago. Mysore is going to be the next destination. So now, I would like to know, Karthik, at this pace of industry in digital economy, what kind of talent you look for, and what do you suggest academicians out here that they have to work on to prepare their students to be industry ready when you come to campuses?
Yeah, sure. So I would like to firstly talk about this digital economy. So when we actually heard this topic, we were really thinking like what actually is digital economy, what are going to discuss in person. So then we narrowed down and found a lot of very interesting factors about digital economy. So if you see, what are the technologies that is accelerating actually? So it is AI to IoT to metaverse, we are talking about cyber security. All these are the technologies that is accelerating now. So now, how the placement officers, what kind of skills are being expected from the students per se, or maybe with maximum 2 years of experience for the industry per se is. So let's look at very simple. Now let's break down very simple. So the Harvard Business Review says that it's jobs using computer to produce digital goods and services. It's simple as that. Okay, the computers are going to produce the goods and services required. So it's as simple as that. So how are we going to prepare our students basically? So what kind of skills the corporates are looking into it? So let's break down into 3 major verticals first. So let's first talk about, of course, the human skill. Okay. So when I talk about the human skill, so I would like to iterate on the creativity, of course, the communication part, and then how you actually write down the code. So you must know what to be keyed into the system to generate what is expected. So that is where it's lagging here. If you see nowadays, even simple example I'll tell you. When the associate was out of office, they just put OOO. I get email, I'm OOO. What does it mean by OOO, man? You don't even write out of office. So that kind of students are there. So definitely communication, the drafting skill is going to help in terms of what has been expected from the technology side. That is talking about the human skill, of course, analytical skills helps and critical skills, of course. So next, it's very important aspect is the digital building blocks, I would say. So here, the digital building blocks where I meant to say the software development. So predominantly software development, in fact. And of course, the programming concepts. So these are the major segments that definitely expect from the students. Thirdly would be the business enablers. So where business enablers predominantly, of course, project management, these are big words, of course, project management. So very interesting factor I actually read was the digital leadership. So it's very interesting terminology. So where they say that based on the available digital technologies inside the organization, it could be a simple laptop or it could be a simple system, it could drive the objective of the organization rather than having a human in person. So whether the digital technologies inside the organization can drive towards the goal of the organization. So that's called as digital leadership. So it's a very interesting factor, in fact. So going forward, we don't know. We might not be there in the panel only. They might bring some, I was reading today when I was traveling, so Google has introduced Gemini now. So maybe in place of Harris, Gemini could sit. So he could ask questions.
You'll miss me for sure.
So we don't know. We don't know how, that's how it's changing. They're evolving, in fact. So, yes. So, of course, all these skills are there. I will always say that the basics are important. So, when I say basics are important, the domain knowledge, in fact. So, when you talk about domain knowledge, so in order to learn all these technologies, of course, the first point is you must know the basic Java programming, the R language. So, if you see TCS, when we do hiring as such, the entry level itself, we analyze the student in terms of critical thinking because we have questions related to that. Analytical thinking. So questions related to analytical thinking. And of course, the programming concepts. So we don't have any rocket science programming concepts. It's basic C language, Java, Python. Still we have in our entry level of hiring. And that is what is also expected from the corporates for the students to learn, in fact. So without these basics, of course, we will not be able to evolve. So.
Okay, little scary. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be here for sure, come what may. Heard a lot about AI, metaverse, computers will be used only for the goods and services, software blocks, digital leadership. Okay, from the software part of digital economy, I think whatever you said is fairly apt. But also there is something that we have to focus, something called culture, something called relationship, something called these lakes, these forests, the beautiful air that we are breathing. Now, I think, Sudhir, when we had a discussion yesterday, you mentioned it's very important to protect all this. We are not just talking about technology here, we are talking about the whole lot of ecosystem, right? Somewhere in digital economy, what I liked when you told me yesterday is, I think we have to work on our competence, not everything. Digital economy, you said, it driven by three things. One is money. That's the lot of money that you need. You can attract talent and technology, the way it's happening in Middle East. Or the technology, where you have a strong technology and people go there because you have it. But now, what is our strength? You didn't mention it's talent. It's talent-driven digital economy. Do you think Mysore is there?
Absolutely. The only thing is we have not figured it out right.
How do you think we should do it?
So let me give you a quick analogy. When we expect talent, by default, most of the time whenever I interact with the industry, the default setup is engineering talent.
I know.
So we have to reconfigure that default setup first.
Totally agree. Yeah.
So we do have musicians, we have drama artists, we have fantastic automobile drivers, we have masons. All of them is talent, number one. Without whom some of the major structures would not have happened. Think of Raja Ravi Verma.
Absolutely.
Can we match something like Raja Ravi Verma and create an AI may create a Ravi Verma replica, but ability to draw it out of hand is like, he is a Picasso of our region, of our area. So defining the definition, the very definition of talent-led digital economy. Now, when I say a talent-led digital economy, what I mean is, whatever technology that we are talking, AI, ML, blockchain, everything is going to be commodified very, very shortly, number one. As of now, it is cutting edge, but it is going to be commodified. The moment it gets commodified, it is like your Amazon Web Services instance, you have no control but to pay money.
Yeah.
So you don't hold the intellectual properties of any of these technologies. You are just a glorified user. If you have an ambassador or a Fiat, you would be able to get that repaired in every corner shop. There was talent available for repairing ambassador and Fiat cars. Now comes the branded cars where you cannot even open anything. Imagine Tesla being repaired in a corner shop. Impossible. So the whole world is getting towards an IP-led, hardbound digital economy. Until unless we as a country, we as a region, Mysore, have the ability to create IP-led talent and ability to generate research-led IP creation, and this IP be the pull for the companies to come to this region. One of the two examples that we have demonstrated is a CFTRI and DFRL. Probably every upma an Indian soldier would eat has its roots in Mysore. Many of the ready-made dosa or the instant dosa batter also has its roots in DFRL. So for us as Mysore, we also have our own example. We have done it the Mysore way. I call it hashtag do it the Mysore way. I request all of you to propagate it as Mysorean, passionate Mysoreans, because Mysore has a signature. We have done everything in a scale and in a style that suits Mysore. Asia's largest water body was KRS Dam backwaters when it was built. We had the first power generation center. We had the first electrified city. We had so many firsts to our credit. So if at all we as passionate Mysoreans will have to stand up is to create an IP-led talent economy and in digital space where we are always on the cutting edge or ahead of the cutting edge, where we command what and how this technology has to be used with the mercantile interest or the businessman, whether it is the Google, the Amazon, whoever it is. I set the terms and conditions. So in this way, if we are able to groom our talent not to be just one more cog in the wheel of a corporate organization, rather than the engine which drives this whole ecosystem, then we have this fantastic opportunity of harnessing the power of intellectual property and being ahead of the curve, and make sure that we are attracting digital economy investments. A simple example very recently that has happened is one startup from Mysore has about 6 patents in a technology which is a solar based heat exchanger platform. Now, major brands like Havells, Vigard, Record are beelining, negotiating on how they can liaison with them and get into a contract manufacturing or white labeling. Now this company calls the shots on how it has to be done. So there is this kind of strategy as a region that we have to adopt, and this is what we have to tell our kids. Look, internship, fine, but how many papers have you published? What is the area that you are working on? Have you participated and become an assistant researcher or a co-researcher in any of your faculty's PhD program? It is not just for the faculty, it is for you as well.
Correct.
Why are you not taking that lead? So today is not an economy where we have to sort out roti kapda makan. Our students can as well continue their education up to 25, 27. They don't need to be employed by 21. Develop the basics, core skill domain, be competitive and be IP led so that you are hired for your brain and your innovative approach rather than a job role which is a part of a process. And that is how Mysore will have to be positioning itself.
Amazing. I think you covered so many things. Other than the regular IT, I think we need to focus on all of this. What I liked about you is you are part of a discussion when you mentioned about research and IP-led education. We became popular. We started when economy got opened, BPO and repetitive work is outsourced to us. I think somewhere that we are still in that hangover. We have to come out of it. We need to believe that we are no lesser than anybody else. Put your hands dirty, do research. Anybody can teach that which is there in the book. I think we are still doing the same thing. Where is that experiential learning? Look, coming to this Karthik, experiential learning, research, focus not only on IT, even maths, pure science, music, drama, simple thing like interpersonal relationship, empathy, emotions. Now, how do you think you would like to see that as an important trait, especially when you are doing the hiring?
Right. So that's a very interesting question, in fact. If you see, we know that we are in the Industrial Revolution 4.0, right? So now, in fact, so I was talking to Harris also yesterday, so it's Industry 5.0 is going to come, in fact. So where they say predominantly it's going to be more of the human touch. Okay, so you were saying, right, the empathy. So say there will be times where everybody are working from home or digitally connected. So the organizations will call them in a common place in one day. So let's have a face-to-face interaction. Just say hi, just interact with the team. So it's going to be more of empathy, definitely focus on more of human touch. Definitely that is going to come up. So that's more focus on Industry 5.0. That's what it's booming in fact now.
That's pretty nice. I guess it's not technology.
Yes, it's not technology.
But there is so much more around it. We need to be equally balancing on.
True.
Otherwise, it may go, sorry if you have anybody from Bangalore, it will go Bangalore way, where it will go beyond control and you will not know what is happening because things will be there everywhere. Now, coming back to this, I would like audience to participate here. There is something Sudhir did speak to me yesterday. This is very interesting. Teachers are coming with trainees mindset. not the trainer's mindset. I really need to know what exactly you mean by that. Academicians want to overwhelmingly move towards what industry is doing and try to teach that, missing the basics. But now, do you think we should expect all this from academicians to teach and make students ready to be a ready part of us? Or do you think we should ask them only to teach the basic rights? And you, industry, have your universities to teach that which is required for you to get things done by the people or the students whom you are going to hire. I think you may have difference of opinion out here. I like to set this stage with the difference of opinion. There are many people who talk about you academicians make students ready, employee worthy right from the day one. But there is this part of discussion where Sudhir said, I don't think we should do that. All that we have to do is teach the basic rights. Now I think this is where we stand. I need you guys to ask questions, differ, agree or disagree, or ask questions, set the fire on stage, because this is a 5-stage discussion. Now Sudhir, I will give this question to you. And then you can ask question directly to the audience, and you can do the same thing. I will pitch in only if things go beyond, if I have to control. Otherwise, let this free flow discussion continue.
I'll set the context a little extra than what Harris has already put. See, we will go with an example of a Darshini hotel.
Okay.
Where the menu is set, the price is set. All that you go, you order, everything is ready on the table. And you have a home kitchen. You cook what you want.
Okay.
Now, how different is the Darshini and your home kitchen is your ability to cook. You will not get anything extra than what is in the menu in the Darshini. Now you have the ability to do whatever you want in your kitchen, and you can enhance it, you can increase it, improve it. So basics is what is your home kitchen, where you have the ability to choose the right kind of blend, choose the right kind of ingredients, improvise, and also define the scale, how much you want. If you are hungry, you may cook more. If you are not hungry, you may cook less. It's up to you. So if we are expecting academic organizations to deliver the kind of content, the kind of talent that is required for the industry, we are going the Darshini model, where we lose the ability to cook. So now, as a academic organization, if we teach the children basics perfectly, 100%, in Mysore University, I don't know how many of you have observed, in front of the Crawford Hall, there is a black stone. How many of you have observed? Anybody has gone close to see what it is? So there is a saying which is inscribed on the stone. It says, "Prashneinda ascharyakke ascharyatinda prashneke ubhaya madhyadalliruvade purna kundalini." So you start with a question, then you get startled. Oh my God. Then you go on searching for answer. Then you get the answer. Then again you get startled. What you have understood is you have stood at the same point, at the point of asking questions. So this is a phrase lifted out from the Prashnopanishad. So the path of seeking knowledge always starts with a question and ends with a question. So it is always coming back to the fundamentals. So if we are not teaching our children fundamentals, right, if you don't tell them how to key in codes and take a library of codes and make some jugaad and pass an examination and talk about AI and say AI is based skills, AI is going to gobble up the instances, examples, left, right and center. Already it is at 90, talent IQ level 90, it will cross 130, it will beat every human being black and blue in terms of intelligence. And where every new interaction, it will start learning more, we will never be able to compete AI in conventional sense, so to say. So AI today can build a website in flat 30 seconds, 50 seconds. But you have to have the ability to give the right kind of instructions to AI to get the work done. So rather than seeing AI as a competitor, how do you make sure that you use AI as a trained employee? How do you make AI work for you? That is where the basics comes into picture. So this process of focusing on basics, on the sector skills, rather than the sector skills, is where you are making the students more competent. Tomorrow, let us say, a sector completely vanishes in thin air. The sector is no longer relevant in the industry 5 years down the line. Let's say there is no internal combustion engine anymore.
Yeah,
So what do we do? Look, quite likely.
Yeah.
There may not be an internal combustion engine. So what is the role of your skills? But if you know the mechanics of how an automobile functions right, you still have the wheel, you still have the gearbox, you still have everything else in place. So this basics is what is important, because digital economy transformation shelf life of a product is less than 3 years. So the technology relevance is less than 3 years. Whatever platform you are learning is going to be redundant after 3 years.
Totally see
Then
that,
it is
yeah.
going to be end of shelf life after 5 years. So focus on basics is the crucial.
Yeah, very profound. Yeah, if you teach something which is happening right now, what if it's not there next? Where will students go? If they know the basic, they will survive. Otherwise, you got it. We have a paucity of time, although we started just half an hour before, but intense discussion. I know you agree with me on that. Please ask questions, because we don't want this to be kind of a discussion amongst ourselves. 2 questions, and then we are available after this fire chat here, because it's a spicy, right? To add to this, we need something. We'll come there for sure. We'll be with you to take questions there too. So here, if you agree or disagree, or if you have anything to say, or you want to get anything from us, please feel free to ask questions. Do you agree that basics is what we have to teach? Okay, no question there. Do you think, Darshini, if you go, you'll get only the ready stuff? You continue to go there, I know. But do you think if you continue to go there, you can invent something new? If you don't dirty your hands and mix those spices and get something different, like or dislike, but if you like, it may be a new recipe. I don't think the regular thing will give you, is what I think Sudhir has mentioned. So anything that you want to know from Karthik, who's hiring people only based on the scores, maybe. He's hiring only because of the competence and English speaking ability. Or do you think he have to hire something, keeping this academics different and ask some other questions? And only during onboarding, ask this, oh, this is what he scored. Where are we going there? That's my question to Karthik. Okay, anything that you want to ask? Yes? No?
No, my question is to Mr. Sudhir. I just want to know what is the status of current proposed IT park, Mysore IT park?
See, it is not just IT park, it's a lot more. So let me just give you a sequence of what is coming in. So we are going to be setting the Global Technology Center, we call it the GTC, in about 18 months from now. We are in the process of calling tender. So that is going to be an ITPL moment for Mysore. So what ITPL did for Bangalore is going to be the same effect with Global Technology Center coming in place for Mysore. Number one. Number two, we are in the process of recognizing a particular area purely for printed circuit board manufacturing, PCB manufacturing. So this is going to be an ecosystem for PCB manufacturing, everything essential for PCB manufacturers, components, spare parts, tools, services, everything within one ecosystem. That entire area is going to be recognized as a PCB park, one industrial estate completely focused on printed circuit board. It is not only printed circuit board, but we are also doing backward integration and forward integration. In technology terms, it means a PCB will have to have multiple electronic components. So we are getting into the process of getting those multiple electronic components also manufactured in Mysore. To give you a simple example, one mobile phone that you have in your hand has 30,000 components, 30,000 components. These 30,000 components are all manufactured by MSME. So this is going to bring 30,000 redundancy 1 plus 1, 60,000 MSME manufacturers to Mysore. Now all of these guys are going to be relevant after the semiconductor. So semiconductor is not palatable as soon as it is formed into a chip. So the chip has to be packaged. It is called as packaging technology. Keynes has already, we have facilitated the signing of MOU, 3,500 crores is coming into Mysore as a part of the OSAT and ATMP technology integration. So post the printed circuit board, it's box built. The whole product is going to be built in Mysore. A global American brand is going to build probably the world-class audio systems from Mysore.
Awesome.
So if this is the ecosystem for electronics manufacturing, we are going to be the India's hub for cybersecurity talent training. We have set up a world-class lab, a training facility in Mysore with 137 industry-specific scenarios. There is no other lab in the country apart from one present in the Prime Minister's office. This capacity gives us the competitive advantage of training freshers. As Mr. Karthik pointed out, you need 2 to 3 years of industry experience. We can cut down on the 2 to 3 years of industry experience to 1 semester.
Super.
And why cybersecurity? Cybersecurity is a high value resource. Entry level job roles in cybersecurity 8.5, 10 lakh plus. Anybody who is into this industry for 5+ years, 6+ years, security operations center, SOC level job roles, 1.5 crore, 2 crore minimum. So we are looking at positioning Mysuru as a destination for cybersecurity companies to start their operations because cybersecurity talent is available here. So assume we are having 100 cybersecurity professionals with 1 crore CTC. It is equivalent to having a huge campus in Bangalore, Manyata Tech Park or something else, from working from their homes with their laptops in hand.
Offline, please tell me how to go there.
So this is one of the ecosystem that is already here.
No
it is
offense,
not just
Prashant.
IT park. So in addition to this, we are also working very closely where Excelsoft is also a part of this initiative, is to develop the metaverse ecosystem. The whole metaverse technology platform is a proprietary platform like the iOS, like the Microsoft. And each of the metaverse technology licenses costs upwards of 2 to 3 crores. So we are creating an open source based platform for content creation in metaverse technology, especially in the field of education, so that the global education business of teaching, training, learning is on our platform, like it is going to be an equivalent of Android or a UPI for education. So for that, we are setting up a center of excellence. So we have a COE for ESDM technologies, we have a COE for metaverse work in progress, we are going to have a separate PCB park, we are going to have an IT park, plus few more thousands of investments independently coming to Mysore.
Awesome.
And this is the tip of the iceberg. So we are going to be in billions. We are going to be in billions in about 2 to 3 years, for sure, year over year.
Wonderful. Gautam, I know you have not filed IP for that famous phrase of yours. Have a big round of applause for him. Amazing. Also, the competition. Yeah, Gautam has got something.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question for my earlier question. There was a rumor, there was a news in the Twitter, sorry, not Twitter, X, now it is X, no, that Mysore has lost the proposed semiconductor project to Telangana. And we saw one photograph where a groundbreaking ceremony has taken place in Telangana. So can you just throw more light on that? What exactly has happened?
See, basically, an electronic or a semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem cannot be in one place, number one. Number two, as I told you, there is a forward integration, there is a backward integration, and when you have scale to manufacture, you have to be having presence in multiple locations based on the particular ecosystem that is present there. So, very honestly speaking, the manufacturing of semiconductor is not happening anywhere in the country. It is 2 steps after the semiconductor, as I told you, the testing and packaging. That process is what is being set up in a neighboring state, not just a neighboring state. This company is present already in 9 states in the country. They are already in Himachal, they are already in Maharashtra, they are already in Gujarat, they are already in Orissa. It is big. In electronics manufacturing, it is very relevant if you have to be cost competitive to be present close to your customer. So as a strategy, the organization have their own approaches. However, it is not a loss to Mysore. We have already secured the Mysore investment first. MOUs have already been signed, and that is already work in progress. If you happen to visit Chamarajanagar anytime, you can just get into the industrial area and see the progress of the factory that is coming up in Chamarajanagar.
Gautam, adding to the different perspective of this, competition is not like competing with somebody who is there here. Competition is competing with ourselves, with our strengths. And I think somewhere we also have to start collaborating. We discussed this, with Prashant the other day. Collaborations is not necessarily with the team which you are working. So if somebody is working with the same strength in Mysore, so why not collaborate with that person? For example, semiconductors, as he mentioned, if you have a strength of manufacturing and if you have a strength of something else to do the technology of that, so why go somewhere else? Why don't collaborate there? So we have a strength of EdTech. We are EdTech, right? So we need content, we need technology. Say, for example, you have Java resources. For some reason, you don't have project for them, they are on your bench. Why don't we have a kind of a communication, the ecosystem where we get to know this organization has got this. Can you give them for me for a while? I will use it. And you need something, we have this strength. We have a strength of database, we have strength of content. Do you need this? Come to us, we will release and give it to you for a while. I think something like this at the moment, as I understand, is not happening. So we inevitably go and hire people from outside, which is a higher cost and things like that. So I'm talking about the ecosystem where we work together and compete with our competencies, not compete with personalities. I think I'd like to add that here. With that, because of paucity of time, there are questions. 1, 2, and 3rd is coming from Gautam.
But if there are no questions, I have a lot of questions.
Guys, I think, because it's very exciting. That's what I have seen that Gautam has seen. Very interesting discussion.
No, my last question to Karthik.
Yeah, Karthik.
Yeah. Karthik, I have again 2 questions. Number 1 question, when is TCS coming to Mysore?
Okay. I told him that he is going to get that question. He said better not.
So that is my first question. And the second question is, there were times, maybe 15, 20 years,
when you are into talent acquisition. So IT recruiters, they used to hire BE graduates who are good at basics, those who are good at computers, good at language programming. But now things have changed. A lot of digitization, automation, and AI coming into picture. And we all know what are the merits and demerits of AI. So now, as a talent acquisition head, what is that you are looking at the students or the candidates? Because I don't think so. No more this computer knowledge or programming knowledge are significant now. So what is that IT recruitment head is looking from the candidates?
Yeah. So to answer your first question, when is TCS coming to Mysore? Yes. Yes, good amount of proposals were there, but of course, to be very candid, it's ultimately decision from the top. So that...
Any support, Sudhir is there.
Yeah.
I will come in after he finishes.
So it's, of course, decision from the management and the top. So we don't know what are the different aspects they have it in mind for not starting up a setup here. And secondly, so what kind of expectation from the students per se? See, as Sudhir was also mentioning, right? So the basics will never change. Of course. So it could be any technology that revolution comes up. Okay. So the basics will never change. That's why if you see, even our entry-level assessment, so basics are still there. First point. Second, yes. So gone all old days say that introduce yourself, and how do you see 5 years down the line? We do not ask all the questions. It's all gone. Of course, yes, we focus on the projects now. So directly we jump into what they have done on project and what is the individual contribution. Now in engineering or degree, it's all 4 years, 3 years, they do, 3 students together do. But we take only what is your individual contribution. So what kind of technology have you used? So out-of-box thinking we see, and of course critical thinking we see. So whether they have a good approach towards, see, we put them in a very difficult situation. This is all situation-based questions. So we put them into situations and we see how they answer those questions. But that's how it is evolving, in fact. So of course, in that, how they bring in technology. So that's how it's been evaluated in the interviews at the entry level per se. Yes, of course. So hope I have answered your question.
Thank you. So, yeah,
Harris,
quick 2 questions.
On getting TCS to Mysore, so how many of you will join with me as a delegation to go to the leadership of TCS?
Raise your hands.
In Whitefield, Bangalore, and convince them that they should start an office in Mysore, and we will assure 100% without any second thought that we will get the required kind of talent for TCS without TCS breaking sweat, but coming here to do groundbreaking. So we take it as a challenge to the city of Mysore. I am the first one to stand in the line and knock the doors of TCS, and will push them to come to Mysore for the simple reason that there will already be 400 people working in TCS from Mysore.
Yeah, true. Very true.
So
Super.
why don't we run a poll? If you are from TCS Mysore, why don't you say yes? So Eden can take a quick poll,
sure.
run it. Then with that data, we will go and sit and have a discussion with TCS and get them to Mysore. We are already doing this for 50 companies.
Super.
For your information. Top 50 in Bangalore.
Raise your hands. One extra peck from Edin, if you raise your hand. Yeah, so they're all there. So we have to give some incentives, to raise their hands. Yeah. A question, please.
Coding and all those things. IT is into multiple departments are considered. Multitasking is considered. I have one question. What is that opportunity that is being created by the IT sector for the specially aided people or students? What is the space that is being created, especially with respect to compete with the normal people are considered? Because we hear less opportunity with respect to specially aided kids are considered.
Yes, that's a very interesting question. So I'm sure any corporates would be doing this initiative, in fact. So definitely there's a lot of focus on the PWD candidates. Okay. Say, I'll give you very layman examples. Okay. Say, for example, so of course we never segregate. Okay, this candidate has such an issue. So everybody is given equal opportunity. So when they come for the any opening, so we give them a paper pen test. Okay. So what we do is, suppose interviews for the paper pen test is for 30 minutes, we give them extra 10 minutes for them to ensure that they attend it regularly. And of course, if they could not able to see, then we have a person who helping them to answer that. Okay. So that is a starting point. And then of course, we have interviews and we have lot of PW cases where we've been onboarded. And we have special initiatives called as the women go on a break, right, for all the different aspects. So we also take women into the organizations after a break. That's called as I Begin, in fact. So they want to re-begin, sorry, it's a re-begin. So they want to re-begin the career, yes. So the women is also given an opportunity for re-begin the career, in fact, with TCS. So there are a lot of initiatives taken with equal opportunities.
Can you name a few positions open for?
Can we take this offline? Anyway, we are all going to be there. I'm sure you can.
Sure.
Karthik,
Sure.
with you for as long as you feel like. I know most of you have a lot of questions to ask us, but because of paucity of time, we are closing this. Kannadadalli ಒಂದು ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ I want to relate that ಜೀವನ ಬಹುಮುಖ ಬಹುಬಣ್ಣ. So you have many faces and many colors. You cannot just teach one face or one color. ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಆತಂಕ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆನಂದ ಎರಡೂ ಇದೆ, ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ. ಬರೀ ಆನಂದದಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಆತಂಕ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. Because if you just see the possibilities, but if you don't stop, and also try to validate what may go wrong. Do you think we need this, even if it is good, but do you think this good will do greater good, or is it going to do some kind of a damage? So I think we need to see all these things. I guess we discussed a lot of things, pros, cons, and many, many more things about Mysore. And somewhere we don't have to be so selfish only to think about Mysore. I know you did mention that. But yeah, we have to think about Mysore because many of Mysoreans have left Mysore. They may not know that there are opportunities. There's something called reverse brain drain. If you want to take that initiative, Sudhir, everybody in ExcelSoft are with you. Let's work towards reverse brain drain. Let's bring the best of the people who are out of Mysore back to Mysore. With that hope, I'd like to thank Karthik for coming all the way from Bangalore. I'd like to thank Sudhir for your wonderful insight about the potential of growth. I'd like to thank Harris for coordinating this
Harris, you are
wonderful
just taking my
chat.
job.
And I'd like to pass this to Gautam to thank all of us.
Okay, so I'll not take much time. I know all of you will kill me, if I take more than 5 minutes. Okay, we'll quickly wrap up this conclave. Before I conclude and propose my word of thanks, please give a big round of applause to all of us. ಈ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಹಾಫ್ ಅನ್ ಅವರ್ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು, ಊಟದ ಸಮಯ ಆಗಿದ್ರು, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತಾಳ್ಮೆಯಿಂದ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಸೊ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಎ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ fireside chat. So big round of applause to these three gentlemen. See, EDIN and Mysore HR Forum has a legacy of taking risks. Because risk illa andre, returns illa. So this particular fireside chat was proposed by our friend Sudhir. Sudhir avarge jora chappale. Because what I was experiencing, the programs which I was attending and where Sudhir was there, Sudhir was not getting, and I've been very candid because this is a fireside chat, just a continuation of fireside chat. The KDM is doing so many things, so many initiatives, trying to, come up with an integrated ecosystem to transform Mysore. And our ಏನೇನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆದರೆ in next 10-15 years, I think the whole Mysore will change. 5 years, yes, 5 years. So there is so much to share, and on various platforms, maybe time constraint and the other various challenges, so he was not able to share many things. So ivattu I'm so happy that there are many things he shared about Mysore, and I'm feeling very happy that namma Mysore, there are two words: ಬದಲಾವಣೆ, ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ, change and development, progress. So Mysore is not changing, Mysore is developing. Mysore is not changing, Mysore is progressing. So big round of applause, to Sudhir once again. And on behalf of all of us, I request Sri Ranga from Amrita Vidyalaya to hand over a small memento and formally thank Sudhir. ಜೋರೋ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ. So when we were discussing about this fireside chat, Karthik was very skeptical. He was saying that, Gautam, fireside chat, and the topic is digital economy, and I'm a recruitment background person, and how ನಾನು ಹೇಗೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಂತ. He has added a great value to this, fireside chat. So jora chappali to Karthik. He has come all the way from Bangalore, and even during the conclave time, ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, he was roaming around with his mobile, attending Zoom meetings. So very busy person, actually a busy person. So he has taken all the trouble and to come all the way from Bangalore. And one more round of big applause to Karthik. And I request Mohammed Ali from MRIT College to hand over a small memento on behalf of all of us and thank Mr. Karthik. So, just a few words about cricket. Cricket ali greatest finisher yaru? Dhoni, okay. Now, currently, there is one more big talent which is coming up. He's taking the role of a finisher. Rinko, yes. Do you know, we also have a Rinko in our Edin. And he's not a finisher, he's a good finisher. See, finishing and good finishing, both are two different words. Allah, agree with me? So we have a very good finisher, and always Harris or Gautam, you always give me, the second session or a post-lunch session, evening session. Anta. I tell him, sir, you are very good at playing cameo role. And moreover, he's a very flamboyant HR also of Mysore. Yeah. So, Jora the Chapale for Harris, for accepting, to moderate the first ever fireside chat of Mysore, taking that risk and beautifully moderating the whole session. And yes, always, at the tail end he comes and he scores that finishing run, which, makes Edin and Mysore HR Forum victorious. So, mattome jora chappale Harris avarge. So, Harris avarge namma ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಾದಂಥ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಒಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಮೊಮೆಂಟೋ ಆನ್ ಬಿಹಾಫ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಸ್. ಜೋರ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. Okay, so last 5 minutes before we launch, we have exclusive sponsors for this particular HR and TPO conclave. Nanu modle helid riti, whatever Edin is doing today, whatever MHRF is doing today, is all because of the kind support and encouragement of many individuals and many organizations. So, Jora the Chapale to all those great human beings and those benevolent kind organizations. So for this particular HR and TPO conclave, we have 6 sponsors. So to begin with, NI College Mysuru. Do we have NI College Mysuru representatives? Yes, we have Harshit Divakar, the great Harshit Divakar Oru Barbeko. Please come with your team. Please come with your students. You have Jora Chapale, for the students. Okay, so we have a small token of love from our side and a request, Guru from Excelsoft, to hand over a small memento and thank Team NI on behalf of all of us. ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹರ್ಷಿತ್ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡದವರಿಗೆ. Our next sponsor for the HR and TPO conclave, Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering and team. Do we have the VVC representatives? Yes, yes, please. I request Kushal Rao from Apollo Hospital to hand over a small memento to Vidyavardhaka College representative. ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊಡ್ಸು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊಡ್ಸು. Thank you. Our next sponsor, ATME College. ATME College, please. Yes. Big round of applause to ATME College and team. I request Mr. Kishan to come forward and hand over a small memento. I know your energy levels are dropping down and it will shoot up in another 5-10 minutes. So please continue to clap. Our next sponsors, Maharaja Institute of Technology, Tandapura. MIT Tandapura team, please. I request Darshan from Excelsoft to hand over a small memento and formally thank MITT team. Our next sponsor, JV Global Bangalore. Do you have the representatives from JV Global Bangalore? Yes, sir, please. Big round of applause. Mr. Vincent D'Souza. I request Bamini Madam from Kluber Lubricants to hand over a small memento and thank Mr. Vincent. Thank you, thank you. So on a scale of 5 stars, ಈ particular venueಗೆ ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ? 5. Okay, after half an hour ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ? Okay. So please give a big round of applause to Mr. Nicholas. He is busy over phone. So please, we request you to come forward. Please. Hotel Le Ruchi is our venue partner for this particular conclave. Mr. Nicholas, he was so kind and so generous in extending all possible discounts for this particular conclave. So big round of applause to Mr. Nicholas. So ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೇನಾದರೂ huge discounts ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ you have to go through Edin. Okay, so I request Mahesh from IT Champs to come forward and hand over a small memento and thank Mr. Nicholas for all the hospitality extended. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have a small announcement to make. No, I just wanted to see the expressions of the people. The announcement is, we are done. And thanks to all the business leaders, all the HR leaders, all the academicians, all the principals, all the friends, and all the good hearts who have joined us today for this beautiful conclave. And let's break for the much. Okay, yes. Yeah. Can we have the NCC volunteers here? Please. NCC volunteers. We have 4 or 5 NCC volunteers here who are supporting EDIN and Mysore HR Forum for this TPO Conclave. So it's time to thank them also. Last but not the least, please give them a big round of applause. Yes. Yes, okay. Jorada Chapale to all these beautiful cadets. Yes, okay. So let's break for the much awaited dinner. Thank you. Good night.